Sauce bullshit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Captivity with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. It's no captivity. Get into it.
Sauce bullshit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Captivity with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No captivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing it.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on for It won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to play.
No captivity. Freezy, freezy. Captivity.
Oh snap, let me do that again. Let me do that again. Can y'all hear me now? Emperor, can you hear me now, Emperor? Hold on, let me do it one more time. Hold on. Okay, good. Hold on.
No captivity. Freezy, freezy.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you rock with your boy, please hit the like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy. Let's go.
No captivity.
Do it right. I appreciate it. Emperor say take two and action. I appreciate my brothers, man. Thank you to Clockway too, man. I appreciate y'all. Listen. Thank you to all my early No Cap crew here, man. Justin Wade is always watching from the clouds. Also Hassan, my brother, Emperor Kojak 313. What up, though? Let's go.
No captivity.
Oh, my sister. Are you a muse? Just Jay. Let's go.
No captivity.
Kasani Zava. Thank you for being here. All the way from thousands of miles away. Appreciate you being here.
No captivity.
The Clark Way, like I said before, that's my brother. Thank you, bro.
No captivity.
I said Jerome in the high. Watch him high.
No captivity.
Shout out to JD25. What good, No Cap crew?
No captivity.
We in here, man. Phoenix, my sister.
No captivity.
Raj Will, what's up, bro?
No captivity.
We in here, man. We gonna talk about it. Listen, I ain't gonna keep y'all long. I know I came on late. I dropped a video earlier. I need y'all to go look at that. I edited it. And let me tell y'all something. After I edited it, it seemed like it was a brand new video. I'm telling y'all, the video that I dropped earlier, it seemed like it's a brand new video, man. Go watch it. It's called, what is it called? I know the thumbnail say somebody need to hear this, but I forgot what the title read. But the thumbnail say somebody need to hear this. Yeah, it do. Yep.
No captivity.
Shout out to everybody that worship Sabbath today. Today was the end of my Sabbath, and that's why I kind of come on late. That's why, it take me a while to, kind of find stuff to put out to you guys, because, I honor the Sabbath. So, y'all, I know my No Cap crew, y'all ain't gonna be too hard on me, right? Listen, we're gonna get right to it, but before we get right to it, I want to encourage everybody that's watching from the clouds, everybody that's in the chat. please hit that like button if you haven't hit the like button already, right? Or hit the dislike button. Hopefully you hit the like button. Either or, it don't matter to me. Also, please, to support this channel, right? To support this channel, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash out. To support this channel or stories of this magnitude, either send a super cap or a cash cap. You can send the cash cap to $Freezy1976. That's $Freezy1976. And you can best believe I very much appreciate it.
No captivity.
Oh man. Listen. Let me label these pictures right here, because I didn't do it. Let me see. Yep, that's good enough right there. Y'all listen here, man. Kanye West. Kanye West has been going through it, needless to say, for the past, what, year? Or close to a year, I'm gonna say. Kanye West been going through it. Kanye West, he don't even got a threshold no more. He ain't got a limit no more. He gonna go at anybody and everybody. He don't care how important you is. Kanye West is gonna come at you. Kanye West used to be a billionaire. Kanye West was in the, I don't even know if that's half a percentile tax bracket. I think that's like, I don't even think that's half a percentile. I think that's 0.003 percentile, probably. I don't know. But Kanye West has been complaining a lot lately about this unfair system, this American system. Right? He been complaining about the white man. Kanye West has been complaining about the small hats. Y'all know who the small hats are. He's been complaining about how unfair this economy is to black folk. Right? Now, I don't know, some of y'all might be like starch Kanye fans. I like some of his music, but I really wasn't a real big Kanye fan. So y'all, please forgive me. But to those who are Kanye West fans, could you please tell your boy Freezy?
No captivity.
Was he singing to this same tune when he first started out and was trying to get, and he first got his record deal with Rockefeller Records? I just seen Kanye West's documentary not too long ago, and it was good. It talked about how his mom died and all kind of stuff. Kanye West done went through some stuff since he entered into the music game, right? He done went through some stuff. Physically and mentally. Shout out to KP from KC5. Salute to you, bro.
No captivity.
Cassandra B, my sister. Salute to you. No, I don't like to say salute to my sisters. Peace and blessings to my sister.
No captivity.
Can you salute? Can we salute women too? Shout out to my sister, McCole Faith and Fitness in Motion.
No captivity.
Shout out, not salute to my sister. Shout out. Shout out to my sisters. Yeah, that's what I usually say. Smitty, what's going on? Smitty, what's going on? Are we victims? Are we still victims, Smitty, or is it still a victim mentality?
No captivity.
Shout out to my brother Smitty, man. Yeah, so listen, I like some of Kanye music, but that's not why we doing this live stream. We gonna talk about Kanye West, and we gonna talk about Navy Federal. Have y'all heard about Navy Federal? Have y'all heard about Navy Federal? Smitty, I got you, bro. I'm finna drop the link in 1 second. Has anybody heard about Navy Federal? Do anybody know what Navy Federal is? Navy Federal is a credit union. And before I heard about this latest incident, I was always told Navy Federal was a great credit union. Right? Especially for military folk. Let me drop this link because my brother wants to come up right now. Not right now, right now. Let's go. I'm dropping the link early because it's late and we're going to talk together. Yeah. We're going to talk together tonight. It's open. We're going to have a conversation. Cause let me tell you something. I don't know a lot. Now, I'm glad that my boy my homeboy Smitty is coming up because he was in the military. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Smitty was in the Navy. Yeah. That's right, the Clark Way. Navy Federal denied my. Oh, he said Navy Federal denied his. Oh, let me highlight that. He said Navy Federal denied my home loan application for no reason. Wow. Now we got a real live person that actually applied for a loan and Navy Federal denied them. We got an actual person in the chat that actually went through this. But don't worry about it the Clark Way. We gonna report on it. Okay, Emperor said Ton Dog covered Navy Federal the other day. Of course we know Anton would cover the Navy Federal. We know he was gonna do that, right? Let me see. Let me see. Join the show. Let me put this link in the chat. Okay, there's the link, and I'm gonna pin it to the top. Pin this link to the top. It's done. Everything pinned to the top.
You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
Shout out to Justin Wade with the $10 cash cap. Justin Wade, I appreciate you, bro. He said, let's get it. Watch it from the clouds. Justin Wade always watch it from the clouds. Thank you, Justin Wade, man. I appreciate you, bro.
No captivity.
So yeah, Navy Federal. We're gonna talk about Navy Federal and we're gonna talk about Kanye West. Now, Kanye West, I'm gonna tell you the truth. In the beginning, I used to speak up for Kanye West, and I still kind of do. Shout out to my brother, Black Man Unfiltered, in the building.
No captivity.
If you haven't subscribed to my brother's channel, Black Man Unfiltered Network, please go over there and subscribe. Grown man's type of stuff. Grown man type stuff. Shout out to my brother, Black Man Unfiltered, BMU. So listen, I used to, listen, I still kind of sympathize with Kanye West, because let me tell y'all something, just in case y'all don't know, I'm of the Israelite faith, right? So I kind of understand where he where he's talking about the fake small hats and all that kind of stuff, right? I studied it and I've been, that's my expertise. So I get where he coming from. But what I don't get where Kanye West is coming from is this. Kanye West is still in the world, living the world, effing a bunch of bitchs and all kind of stuff. Kanye West want his cake and he want to eat it too. And I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. This is where I kind of part ways with Kanye West, because Kanye West want the world and he want us to support him, but he's he's still out here wilding. You know what I'm saying? And then we ain't gonna talk about his girlfriend, right? He always, didn't I say last show, the most pro-black men that I know, the most pro-black men, the men that talk pro-black, are the ones with white women. Not saying, I ain't talking against that. You can, whatever floats your boat. I'm talking about these pro-black men are the ones that are with white women. Why is it always like that? I had a white guy tell me that one time. Why the most pro-black men are the ones with white women?
No captivity.
I said, I don't know, Todd. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Why the most pro-black men are the ones with white women? I don't know. Shout out to 907 Good Eats.
No captivity.
In the building. Shout out to Why High. Why High say, Freezer, we still support black men with wealth.
No captivity.
Of course we do. Of course. But before we talk about Navy Federal, right? We're gonna talk about Kanye West. I got his full rant that he gave in front of a crowd of people. I want to say it was at his house, in front of a crowd of people, and we're gonna talk about it. Let's talk about it right now. Let me pull up the video. Let's not waste any time. Navy Federal. Okay, here's the video right here. Okay, here's a quick video. We're going to look at this video because some of you guys don't even know what's going on with Navy Federal, right? I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I'm going to be honest. I halfway know what's going on, but that's why I downloaded this video so we all can watch it and discuss it together. So let's check it out.
It's one of our most read stories on News4Jax.com. A recent analysis found Navy Federal Credit Union had major discrepancies between the approval rates of loans to white or black applicants.
Now, shout out to Invisible Wounds. Thank you for being here.
No captivity.
The investigation found America's largest credit union rejected more than half the applications filed by black members looking for a conventional mortgage. White applicants were approved more than 75% of the time.
Hold on, man. Wait.
No captivity.
More than 70% of the time? What the hell Navy Federal got going on? More than 70? Did he say 70 or 75% of the time? Hold on, let me rewind that. Let me rewind this, man. Did he say 70 or 75% of the time?
The applications filed by black members looking for a conventional mortgage. White applicants were approved more than 75% of the time.
That's what I thought he said. 75% of the time. Shout out to DJ Second in the building.
No captivity.
More than 75%. So I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. That sound like they just straight shitting on black folks.
No captivity.
Now, before we keep going, cause I'm gonna play the rest of this video, right? Let's look at let me see. Let's look at what kind of bank is what kind of credit union is Navy Federal. Let's talk about that. Cause I really wasn't that versed. I bank with Bank of America. That's who I bank with. So hey, listen, don't kill me with it. I'm just saying. But let's see what kind of bank is Navy Federal or credit union. It's not a bank. It's not a bank. Let me see. Let's see here. So this say our story. Hold on, let me go back to it. Our mission. Our members are the mission. Our members are the mission. About Navy Federal. Our members are the mission. Let me see. Our story. Navy Federal Credit Union was founded during the Great Depression by 7 Navy Department employees who wanted to help themselves and their co-workers reach their financial goals. They envisioned a credit union that would offer loans with affordable rates and blah, 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 blah. We don't got to read all that bullshit. Okay, member owned, not for profit. We're a member owned and not for profit credit union exclusively serving the military, veterans, and their families. So it's member owned. That's very pivotal. Navy Federal is member owned. Our members are owners, not just customers, and each one of them has a vote. Each one of them has a vote. Because we're not for profit, any surplus funds are returned to our members as dividends, reduced loan interest, and improvements to our products and services. That means we have great rates, lower fees, and exclusive discounts. Let's go back to the video. So hold on, before we go back to the video, right? Maybe I could just play the video right here. Maybe I could just play it right here. I'll just play it right here. I'm gonna stay down here with y'all. So listen. It's for the military and its members and its family. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I got family that went to the military. I know people in this YouTube space that went to the military. I know a lot of people. I know people that went to the military, and I'm gonna tell you something. Some black people, you know, they're not gung ho about the military. They serve their time, but there's some black people that are like they are the biggest patriots. They are military crazy. They love the military. And they serve. Shout out to all the military folk that served this country. Shout out to Smitty. Shout out to JT from What We Know podcast.
No captivity.
Put a 1 in the chat if you served in the military. I'm gonna wait for the veterans. I'm gonna wait if you're a veteran or if you still in the military. Put a 1 in the chat if you served in the military. Let me see who all served in the military. Okay, Cassandra B say they have opened it up to the public now. Okay, Invisible Wounds, JT, Citizen Soldier. Good to see you.
No captivity.
Okay, Emperor say, I'm the son of an army man, grandson, cousin, and nephew to Army, Navy, and Air Force. That's what's up.
No captivity.
Shout out to all the veterans that served in the military. Let me tell y'all something. This story that I felt like I had to do this story because I'm representing for all the black men and women that served in the military. The Clark Way say, hoo-ha!
No captivity.
I represent for all the black men and women that serve the military on this show right now. Why I say one freezer got 2 new legs. Go veterans, let's go.
No captivity.
Let's play the video, y'all.
According to analysis by CNN, Navy Federal Credit Union only approved 48% of black mortgage applicants last year. White borrowers were approved 77% of the time. That gap is the highest among the top 50 mortgage lenders. Data also shows Navy Federal was more than twice as likely to deny black mortgage applicants than white ones, even when different variables were the same. For instance, the same income, debt, property value, or down payment percentage.
I feel validated at one point, but also I feel a bit of anger because it shouldn't be happening.
Bob Otandi is one of the report's examples.
I'm gonna tell y'all why this story is so significant. There are guys in this space that served in the military that say, who gives a shit about racism, right? You know, and listen, we can have a constructive conversation. I've heard guys that say, racism doesn't exist. Well, this is a military-based credit union that have gotten caught only serving about 25% of black veterans and their families. They have catered to more than 75% of white people. And we ain't even talking about, hold on, I'm not even going to say 25% of black folk. All they said was 75% of white folk they catered to. Because it's more than just black folk and white folk that went to the damn military, right? We got Hispanic, we got Native American, Indian, we got all kind of races, Asian. What about them? 75% of white folks are the ones that have gotten catered to by this credit union. Is something wrong? Listen, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of white people. That's a lot of white people getting loans. Do y'all understand what this entails? Getting loans, getting homes, houses. The Clark Way say he got denied for a home loan. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen.
He's a Texas entrepreneur who immigrated from Kenya. Otandi told reporter Renee.
Is racism still alive? And also, is it still an important factor when it comes to black people getting ahead?
Marsh, Navy Federal was his first choice for a mortgage. The credit union is the largest in the nation, serving military members, veterans and their families, and defense personnel.
I was the CEO of my company, so I had a pretty good income.
Your credit was in the 700s. You'd recently sold your house.
Man had a credit was in the 700s. Now y'all know it's a running joke that black men got bad credit. Come on now.
No captivity.
I ain't saying it's true because I got a good credit score too, but I'm just saying this man credit score was in the 700s. Nah.
You had $100,000 for the down payment, which was more than 20%.
Correct. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Otandi had a pre-approval from Navy Fed, then was rejected in a letter that listed excessive obligations in relation to income as the reason.
When they denied is when we came back and said, oh man.
Hold on, I missed that one there. JT said, I don't know, Freeze. I got a credit card from Navy Federal with a 30,000 credit limit. JT, you wanted that 10%.
No captivity.
That's a blessing, dog. That's a blessing. Let's get it. Let me see. Let me rewind because I missed exactly what he said. Shout out to JT.
He had a pre-approval from Navy Fed, then was rejected in a letter that listed excessive obligations in relation to income as the reason.
When they denied.
Excessive obligation in relation to income. Excessive obligation in relation to income. What the hell do that mean?
No captivity.
I need Anton. I need Anton up here. What the hell? Excessive obligation to what the hell? Oh, let me go back. What the hell do that mean? The hell?
$100,000 for the down payment, which was more than 20%.
Correct. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Otandi had a pre-approval from Navy Fed, then was rejected in a letter that listed excessive obligations in relation to income.
Did anybody know what that means? JT, you applied for a loan and you got it. What does that mean, a credit? What does that mean, JT, if you know? Anybody know what that means? Any veteran or anybody that's got a member in the family veteran? Shout out to DJ Second. Second said, Freezer, it's been a little scamming going on with Federal Credit Union with blacks. Hey, it looks like it, bro. Okay, Emperor said, I know a little something about money and been around money. I've never heard of. That's what I'm saying. Let's keep going. Excessive obligation. What the hell?
As the reason.
When they denied is when we came back and said, oh man, there's something else going on.
And what did you think that something else was?
Discrimination.
Lisa Rice is a fair housing advocate who says the analysis may not prove discrimination, but the dramatic racial disparities are stunning and disappointing.
The black-white homeownership gap and the Latino-white homeownership gap today are both wider than they were in 1968 when we passed the Federal Fair Housing Act.
We got the house.
Okay, so a lot of people say we're not living in 1968. We're not living in 1955. We're not living in 1930-some. We ain't even living in the 1800s. We're not experiencing what our grandmothers and grandmothers experience, grandfathers experience. Well, this lady just said the gap has widened when it comes to disproportionate blacks getting catered to from this credit union. She's saying the gap has widened since 1968. Let me play that over again.
Racial disparities are stunning and disappointing.
The black-white homeownership gap and the Latino-white homeownership gap today are both wider than they were in 1968 when.
Okay, I want to know this. How does something like this slip under the cracks or slip through the cracks? I know Anton the type of guy, he would do a story like this. He's a money guy. But why don't I don't see a lot of black YouTubers doing this story. We need more black YouTubers doing this story. If you do the story, I'm coming up on your panel. This is what I'm about. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. This is serious because it's a lot of people that did not get approved for these loans that really needed it. JT say, shit, I don't know, man.
No captivity.
I don't know either, man. Let's go.
We passed the Federal Fair Housing Act.
We got the house, thank God, and we moved on. But what about the ones who are denied? What about the ones who now can't get their own dream house? It's something that's going to affect the generation all the way down to their kids.
After Otandi's application was rejected by Navy Federal, another bank approved him within 2 weeks. Navy Federal has faced legal action in the past concerning lending practices. The credit union paid more than $28 million in fines. And we reached out to Navy Federal for comment, and they sent us a statement tonight that reads in part, Navy Federal Credit Union is committed to equal and equitable lending practices and strict...
They always have that wording up there, don't they? Navy Federal Credit Union is committed to equal and equitable lending practices and strict adherence to all fair lending laws. The hell? Hot Sauce, aka Baby Leg, in the building.
No captivity.
Hot Sauce, are you familiar with this bullshit?
Yeah. Right?
You done read up on it?
Yeah, I read many cases, not only about this, but just in general, about how blacks are discriminated and kept out of access to capital for small business loans, but can get depreciated loans for cars and stuff like that. This is very common.
The title of this live stream is victim or victim mentality, right? We talk a lot of these spaces. Guys always have complaints about why they can't move up in society because they black and, you know, they get accused of being victims, right? Well, we're going to have a discussion this evening on, are they really victims? Or do they have a victim mentality? I want to discuss it. I'm not going to say either or. I'm just having an open discussion. This not my job to say whether somebody's a victim or a victim. I want you guys to let me know if they're valid or not. Right? I'm gonna finish playing this video and we gonna talk it up, all right, Hot Sauce?
Okay.
All right.
Adherence to all fair lending laws. CNN's recent analysis of mortgage lending data does not accurately reflect our practices. And furthermore, their mortgage data model does not account for major criteria required by any financial institution to approve a mortgage loan.
Oh, let me read that. Let me read that because that was very important. Let me see. CNN's recent analysis of mortgage lending data does not accurately reflect our practices, and furthermore, their mortgage data model does not account for major criteria required by any financial institution to approve a. So they're trying to say they're not obligated to approve. You know, anybody's. They can approve who they want to approve. Is that what they're saying, Hot Sauce?
Okay, so basically when banks give out a loan, right, they all have their like algorithm or financial model, right?
Right.
So any mathematicians in the chat would know what I'm talking about. So basically they have data requirements or data points that says how likely is the person able to pay back the loan, right?
Right.
So a bank has to be solvency. So what they're saying is that our criteria or our data points is different than other institutional data points. So our requirement is
data points.
No, just in general.
They're talking about Navy Federal's credit union's data points.
Yeah. So they say, okay, our requirements, to get a loan from us, you got to wear a red hat, a blue shirt, right? And if you don't wear a red hat, blue shirt, then we can't give you the loan, for example, right? But what the CNN is saying is that requirement is not the same as the normal financial institutions.
Okay, I got you. So Navy Federal Credit Union is saying that CNN got it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Shout out to Waha. He said the same thing. Let me keep going.
Institution.
How in the hell they got it wrong in here? This dude had a 700 credit score, but let's keep going. Make sure y'all hit that like button.
To approve a mortgage loan. As a not-for-profit, member-centric membership organization, we are focused on expanding awareness and access to home ownership across the country. We are proud of the fact that we provide a higher percentage of mortgage loans to black applicants than the vast majority of the top 50 mortgage.
Oh, shit. Don't they always say some shit? Oh, man, I can't believe Navy Federal said that bullshit. Did just hear what they said, hot sauce?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what they said in ninja terminology. You ninjas need to be grateful because we treat y'all better than them other white folks, even though we only give y'all about 10% of the damn approval.
No captivity.
What you got from that, hot sauce?
Yeah, there was like, the other niggas give you, the other niggas give y'all 8%. We accept 10. That's what it is. Right?
That's crazy.
So out of 100 niggas that come, 80 y'all gonna get a loan, but over here, 10 y'all can get it.
Bro,
so that's what they're really saying.
Bro, that's rough. That's rough.
Originators nationwide. We posted the complete statement from Navy Federal Credit Union on newsforjacks.com.
Yep. That's what they said. It was like, yo, those niggas over there, they only give 8 loans per year. Over here, we give out 10. So come fuck with your boy. That's what they said.
No captivity.
Boy, I'm gonna tell you something. Just like my grandpa used to say, it's hard out here for a pimp, man. For real. So, let me see. Let me go back to my title. Let me see. So yeah, the title of this live stream is. Let me see. Title of this live stream is Are we victims or do we have a victim mentality? Are we victims or do we have a victim mentality? Now, hot sauce, a lot of people in this space who are predominantly black have had complaints about, why certain demographics or races of people are able to flourish in society, specifically the Western Hemisphere, more so than black people. And then there are more affluent black people in this space that accuse those same black people of whining and giving excuses and that they just need to get off their ass and work harder. Well, because we see this incident with Navy Federal, do you think those same people with those gripes have a legitimate gripe? Or do you still think they're making excuses for the most part?
I'm going to say something very, very controversial. But before I say that, let me just say this.
Just give it to us blood raw, dog.
White supremacy does exist. But at the end of the day, black people just don't like wiping their own ass. And
no captivity.
On top of that, we want to be in white people's face all the time. Check this out, right? We got 50 different black-owned banks in America. One United is one of the biggest black-owned banks in America with over $1 billion in capital.
One United.
Okay. Yeah, One United. Ran by John C., the CEO, right? So at the end of the day, it's not that we can't get a loan. We just need to put our money in black-owned businesses, especially if you are in any of the big five, Big 10 cities. If you live in one of the 10 biggest cities, there's a black-owned bank. Houston, right. New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, LA, whatever. And where majority of black folks are, right? But why we don't put our money there, right?
Right. But in this case, right, these people served in the military. So they actually joined this credit union with expectation that they would get treated favorably, right? And this guy in particular had over a 700 credit score and got denied, and they gave him some bullshit reason about some overcompensation obligation. I don't know what the hell they. I don't know.
No. That black man. Well, damn. I'm gonna say it like that. That
he
black
sounded
man,
like he was.
That immigrant, right? That immigrant, right? Thought shit was sweet. Like, oh, I can be around white people. I can get loans. You know what I mean? Because that's a flex for us, right?
Right.
Being the only black man in the building, or being the only black person in the building around white people, or other people. That's a flex.
Right.
So, and he thought shit was sweet. And then, Federal Navy gave 2-piece them. Nah, nigga. Shit ain't sweet over here.
He damn
Federal
sure
Navy
thought shit was
block
sweet.
On his ass.
Check the
Right?
cash out, bitch.
Drop his ass.
Shout out to 907 Good East with the $5 cash cap. She said, great show as usual.
No captivity.
Yeah, he to your point, Hot Sauce, he did sound very distraught. He sounded appalled.
Yeah.
Like, how could they do that to me? Right?
Because in translation, why won't they accept me? I thought you kept telling me I'm one of y'all. I'm one of y'all.
Yeah.
That's what
I don't represent them damn ninjas.
This one here for the thug. I'm one of y'all good white men. Just like the recently all black sorority just opened a credit union bank, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Booker T Washington and W.E. Du Bois had a great discussion on what Black America should do.
Right.
Booker T says we should open up institutions, and he was proven right. W.E. Du Bois was like, nah, we need to go get educated in these white institutions and become the talented 10. Majority of black people were like, yeah, that sounds good. Why? Because our affinity and our undying, unconditional love for being white.
Did you hear about?
We don't have this problem.
Did you hear about what? Let me finish saying this. There's a guy in the chat, the Clark Way. He said he applied for a loan and he got denied. I would say most guys fresh out of the military, I don't know this for a fact, but I would imagine most of their credit is not as jacked up as somebody who's just been living as a civilian in the United States of America. I mean, they've been too busy. I mean, especially if you went in the military at 18, and then as soon as you got, I mean, it ain't too many things. It ain't like they got a lot of shopping malls and stuff on these. I don't know, but they get paid though, and then they get furnished a lot. I don't know exactly how the military work. I've never really been in the military. Like, I never been in the military. I ain't even been in the ROTC. So that's why I wish Smitty would have came up. I don't know what happened to Smitty, but I will say this though, it's very disheartening. And I'm gonna speak for the veterans. All the black veterans. I think I can because I'm black. So y'all gonna make me an honorary veteran guy tonight. Listen, I will say this though. It's very disheartening when, black people have been disfranchised for a number of years throughout history, and then they choose to serve in a military, right? That actually has a history of disfranchising black folk. They choose to serve in the military proudly. Shout out to all the veterans, the black veterans. Shout out to all the veterans in the United States, right? But I want to say that, yeah, I can understand, I can understand the frustration that these veterans are dealing with when it comes to Navy Federal Credit Union. And I'm gonna say this here. It's just so happened that Navy Federal Credit Union is the only one on the chopping block right now. I can imagine if other credit unions have rubbed shoulders with Navy Federal and adopted the same culture. Navy Federal actually they actually came out on record, as we seen in this news report, that hey, listen, we treat y'all better than them other damn Navy. It's like Navy Federal was telling on the other credit unions. So now it makes me think that yeah, Navy Federal is not the only one spewing these racist practices to black folk, black veterans. There's other credit unions that's actually implementing these same practices as well. So it just makes me go to think, yeah, these guys that's in the military, right? They have this, for some reason, a lot of military guys have a broader outlook when it comes to United States of America and patriotism and all that kind of stuff. They have a broader outlook, right? But I wonder if this right here will change the minds and kind of twist the minds of veterans that have more of a patriotic outlook when it comes to the United States of America. This is a huge story, I feel. I really feel like that. Hot Sauce, do you think this story is big enough to actually make veterans who was proud to serve for the United States of America and proud patriots, do you think this right here is strong enough to kind of make those same veterans have second thought when it comes to the treatment or racism in general in the United States or in the Western Hemisphere?
No, because black veterans have been getting the shaft ever since World War II. Because think about it, right? The GI Bill, right, where you can get your education for free, but that wasn't offered to black veterans. The home loans with low interest, right,
Yeah.
was offered to white veterans, but not to blacks, right?
Right.
Because that's how the middle class was created, right? It was created through war between World War II and Vietnam, right? America gave all these special credits and incentives to veterans, right?
Right.
And black veterans were systematically kept out. Black veterans were systematically kept out of those incentives forever. So I mean, this is nothing new. So I don't think it's going to be national news because this has been happening forever. And then the average black person, right? They get pushed out of capital, right? You can get a car loan, right? But a small business loan, and like for example, no money down, no job, you can still get a $50,000 car, Escalade, right?
Right.
But you cannot have no money down. You cannot have no money down and no job to get a $50,000 business loan, small business loan, right? Black Americans have always been systematically kept out of getting capital,
right?
Forever.
So what I was asking, do you think this will have an effect? You know what? Here's a better question. Do you think this will have an effect on black people being recruited to the military and entering into the military in the future? This story right here.
I mean, yeah, I think so because we've been shafted so much, man. Just like I think black people are having more of a sentiment of like, let's get the hell out of here, right? You're seeing more black people going to Africa. You're seeing more black people being less nationalistic than like the 90s and the 80s and 70s. So I would say, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this. Before I play this, I'm gonna get JT in here too because I want his opinion on this story about Navy Federal Credit Union. Shout out to JT.
No captivity.
Just entered the building, but I guess before JT, before I get JT's sentiment on the whole subject matter, I got another video I'm gonna play because I don't think people heard about this video either. This is a black man who was tased by a cop while he was in handcuffs. So I don't think people heard of this story yet. I'll get the opinions on everybody. I'll get everybody's opinion on this as well. Let me see. Here we go.
Stand up. Right there on the front of the car. Stay still.
I ain't doing got gun right there. I'm not doing that.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying what you saying, oh yeah for. I'm not, oh my God! Okay. Oh my fault. Oh my God. Oh God.
You want it again?
No, man.
Shut the you was big and bad. Shut your up.
So, JT, did you see it?
I did.
Okay. All right. So, let me ask y'all something. What is racism growing stronger in the United States of America? And is it having a big effect on black people? I want to get JT in here, but before we talk about that video we just played, JT, when your process that you went through, you say you was with Navy, you're with Navy Federal, right?
Yes.
Okay, how long you been with Navy Federal?
A little over a year now.
Okay.
A little over a year.
Was it a difficult process to get approved?
No, it took me 10 minutes to get approved.
10 minutes.
That was it. And this was for a credit card. This wasn't for a mortgage. Okay. But with that credit card approval, I ended up off the rip getting $30,000 credit limit. So, you know, and I got that from on YouTube. Somebody on YouTube talking. Is that me?
I think that's hot sauce down there.
But yeah, it was I can't remember what channel it was, but they were talking about it. I think it was with my man 19 Keys.
Yeah.
On that, they were talking about different businesses, and they were talking about a lot of the credit unions. So I don't do banks. I've always did credit unions.
I've always heard credit unions was better than banks. Why is that?
For one, for instance, the credit union I've been with for over 10 years is the Michigan University of Michigan credit union.
Yeah.
And when I ended up getting an account with them, it didn't take me nothing to get a refinance on my car, right? So I had a car note that was originally like, I think almost, it was like 9.45 APR.
Yeah.
And when I went to get it refinanced, it wasn't a lot that I had to give them. I just had to give them the payoff, how much it would cost for payoff. I had to give them, my annual, all the regular shit, what I make annually. And then they pulled my credit report, and I ended up getting that. I think it was probably less than about 15 minutes, man. And I ended up going from a 9 point something to a 1.99 APR. So it was
what's your feelings and your opinions on what we see going on with Navy Federal Credit Union and the disparaging turnaways that they done towards black people in comparison to them approving 75% white people? I mean, how do you feel about that when it comes to how they treating the veterans at Navy Federal?
Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from, because like I said, it's been a little over a year that I've been a member with them, and I've had people from where I work at was telling me that that's the best place to go. I've never heard anybody say anything bad about Navy Federal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So once I did go get an account, savings in a checking, and then I applied for the credit card. I mean, it was like all instant. So the thing is about the mortgage, I was looking it up while you was talking about it to see who does the underwriting, because that does play a part in it also.
Right.
That's what we have to look at, not actually the credit union themselves, but who do they have and instill in to do the underwriting, because those are the ones that actually say yay or nay. The people that are doing the underwriting for your mortgage.
Well,
so that's
but it wasn't just one branch that was turning away black people, right? It was the corporation itself that got accused of doing that, right?
No, it can't be the corporation itself, because it's communal. It's communal, right? So It's more of a community.
So is that
thing.
one branch that was doing that?
I don't know. Because we're talking about mortgage.
Right.
This is the first time I've heard about this particular story. Now, I've heard other stories that were also talking about racism and things like that, but I have no idea of how true it is. That's all I'm saying.
The reason why I thought it was bigger than just one branch, because they had to pay back millions of dollars, right? Like they had to. I think they got sued. Let me see. Let me look it up.
Yeah, I know that there was a lawsuit, but I didn't. I didn't follow the story too much.
Yeah. So. Hold on, let me see. Let me make sure, because I don't want to give out false information. Let me see, racism. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me play this over again. Matter of fact, no, I'll just read. I'm gonna read.
And also, what you were saying, I looked it up too. What they were saying as far as and I put it in the chat. Excessive financial obligations. That's where it comes down to your debt to income ratio. How much? How? That's basically what it was.
So he probably had a lot of debt. Well, it said he had a 700 credit score. That's why he said it wasn't making no sense. Oh, his credit score was in the 700s. That's what they were saying.
Yeah, but they don't just look at your credit score.
Right.
They look at a lot of things. They look at the obligation. They look at how many credit cards you got, how many how many other mortgages you have, how many car loans you have. It's a lot that they look for other than just your credit score.
Okay. So it wasn't just one branch. This says, let me see. This says, right here it says Navy Credit Union denied over 50% of black loan applicants in 2022. That was last year. The largest credit union in the U.S. has the widest disparity in mortgage approving rates between white and black borrowers of any major lender. So basically, it was widespread. It wasn't just
right. Just
one
wasn't.
branch.
Now the thing is that they happen to be black and they may not meet the credentials, the qualifications. That's why it has to be. It's kind of like we have.
But JT, 75% white got approved.
Can I say something? Or
go ahead, hot sauce. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think people need to, when we're talking about finance and financial services, we got to understand a couple things. One, America in general has a history of keeping people out of appreciating assets. So that's SBA loans, mortgages, home loans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and another thing is, credit unions are not better than banks. Credit
They're not?
unions just give.
Okay,
no,
now you got to
better-
tell. Now you got to tell me why, because I've been hearing this.
Yeah, I'm gonna
for
tell
a
you
long
why,
time.
because better credit unions give you better interest rates, or they give you better interest rates on the loan for a car. That's it, right? Than a bigger bank. But a bigger bank will give you more and better financial services. For example, when you're traveling abroad, right? The bigger bank is going to give you better financial services. When you want to invest in the stock market, bigger banks are going to give you more services and employees that can help you to invest. To help you to invest, right? Establishing a nest egg, right? There's just a litany of financial services that bigger banks.
But the
give
interest
you
rates,
that
the
credit
interest
unions
rates
can't.
are better at a credit union, right?
For cars, not for mortgages. Also, a longer line of credit is going to be better at a
Are you
bank.
sure about that? Are you sure?
I am sure. I'm sure,
Hold on.
and also there's more to a bank than just a loan, right? There's other financial services, right? Also, when you're putting your money in different like CDs or CDIs or whatever, they're going to offer you better percentages than a credit union, even if that credit union offers that.
Okay, let's read this right here. Let me put JT down here too. So let me see. Okay, this right here says. Okay, the bottom paragraph, it says, because we're not for profit, any surplus funds are returned to our members as dividends, reduced loan interest, and improvements to our products and services. That means we have great rates, lower fees, and exclusive discounts. What is I'm saying? It says reduced loan. Wait, is it? Did it say? Yeah, reduced loan interest.
But there's all types of loans. There's SBA loans. There's home loans. There is all types of loans, right? There's not just one specific type of loan. Like this here is ambiguous, meaning that they're for example, right? So car loans, right?
Yeah.
So if their car loan interest is the lowest in the nation, then they can legally put that on their marketing. But there's all types of loans, right? SBA loan, mortgage, and car loans, right? Those are three right there. This is non-descriptive, non-specific. This is just marketing jargon.
You think this is this is misleading? That's what you're saying.
Basically. So that's why he's not. No, what he's saying is ambiguous because for one, they're not specifying, right?
Mm-hmm.
I get what he's saying about that. This is why I was saying when it comes down to the mortgaging, Who's the underwriters of the mortgage? The credit union that I was at, the one that I was just telling you, that I had a 1.9 APR to get a car loan.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to get a refi to see, and basically what I wanted to see was if they were going to give me a better deal on my refi on my home than what I already have.
Right.
And the craziest part was that I was denied. And then when I looked at who they had, but the thing was that it wasn't the credit union that was the underwriters of that mortgage. They had outsourced it from the credit union.
We're missing the point here. The point is this, right? Blacks can get $100,000 car loan, but they cannot get $100,000 small business loan. Blacks can get a $50,000 credit card, but they cannot get a $50,000 loan for a home, right? Because it's situated that it's been systematically pushed out. Anything that's going to be appreciating or an asset, right? Blacks are categorically discriminated against, right? This is understood throughout all of the financial institutions, right?
Yeah.
So again, even when they say they loan, right? I mean, you can look at any bank, right? It's not only Navy Federal. You can look at any bank. Majority of banks denies Black people business loans and home loans. You can do a quick Google search. Same thing with refinancing the homes, and the same thing when you're trying to sell a home. Black people get, unless you have white pictures up when you're selling your home, you're going to get underappreciated. When it comes, true racism is in the financial world.
Okay, let me ask you something. And if you're a Black man in America, Black woman in America, in order to be successful, does it require more luck for us than it does for other races? Let me ask you that. Let me ask both of y'all that.
It requires you to go to, there's 50 Black banks. It requires us to just be amongst ourselves, like the Asians do, like the Arabs do.
But okay, let me ask you something. You said the Black banks, right? I've heard Anton talk, I've heard other financial gurus talk, and they said these same Black banks, they have high interest rates. That's why a lot of Black people don't shop with them. Is that true?
Some do, some don't. Some do, some don't. Right? So that's a yes and no. Like
is it because they have less resources or what?
Yeah, because they have less people banking with them.
Okay.
When interest rates goes down when more Black people bank with them.
That's a good point. Okay, gotcha. What
Yeah,
do you got to say about that, JT?
I mean, even if some of them are high interest rates or whatever, it's not like they're going to be extraordinary higher than their competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I do agree with Hot Sauce when he says that if we're looking at it as communal, we should be banking in Black businesses, Black banks, right? But my question would be, what is it that we get out of it, right? Are they going to give us great interest rates because we're Black? Or are they going to give us great interest rates because we pay our bills on time, because we have a great or a good credit score? It shows all these different things. The credit score is actually supposed to show where people can vet who it is that they're going to either loan money to, give credit to, or do a home mortgage. Is it because we're Black? Is it,
but see,
you know what I'm saying?
That doesn't really make sense to me, right? Because I worked in finance right after school, right? So I know a bit about this. It doesn't make sense to me for this because let's okay, like, so you said, what do we get that's better than, right? So, and this is the problem I have really with Black people is that, I need an incentive to be amongst my own instead of the inherent incentive you get by being protected. So what I mean by this is this. Okay, so white people will give you 3% interest on the average home price right now is $416,000, right? So I'll give you right after you have 20% down payment, whatever, the remainder of the 400K, and we'll give you a 3%, right? Now, the black bank was like, okay, well, we can't do 3%, we'll do 6%, right? Double the interest, right? Because we don't have enough black people banking with us. Now, everybody's going to say, well, obviously, I'm going to go with the white bank because they have more incentives. But what you're missing is this. The white bank ain't going to give you a $400,000 loan for a house. They'll give it for you for a car, but they're not going to give it to you for the house. The black bank will give it to you for the house, right? So at the end of the day, the incentive is you get access to the capital.
You're saying that black people are weaker economically because we don't.
No, you're missing my point. The black bank is going to give you high interest rates, but the black bank is going to give you access to the home, access to the small business. The white bank is going to say we offer you better services, lower interest rates, but they're going to deny 50%. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're saying that the outcome is greater with a black bank.
Yeah, the access to capital is going to be better with the black bank. Right?
Right.
So that's why you do it, because they're going to give you more access to capital than the white bank.
So I'm affected, but I'm affected a little bit different. This is the thing. I'm a veteran, and I'm a federal employee. So I get a lot of benefits by being both of those, right? I don't get any benefit by being black. Not that I see, anyway. It may be. That's why I'm listening carefully what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that I do belong to a group of people that get incentives, and we do get a lot of things that's in our favor when we bank at these places, or even when it comes down to anything, even with business loans. When I get a business loan, it's not hard for me to. It's not hard for me to do that with my LLC. It's not hard for me to do that with my my S corp. It's not hard to do it.
But again, so you said you're a federal worker, and you're a veteran. Those incentives are not coming from the bank. Those incentives are coming from the United States government. Whatever you can bank at Bank of America, right? You're still going to get those incentives because those are independent of banking. Right? So wherever you bank, you're going to get those incentives, right? So we need to be clear, because other people, when they're listening to this, right, they're deciding whether to or whether not to bank black. You should always bank black, because a couple of things. The more people that bank black, the more access everyone has to capital. The more access they have, the more black businesses we own. That means I can go work for a black person. That means as a black woman, I can wear my natural hair and not worry about some bullshit. That means as a black man, when I fuck up, there's going to be an older black man that's going to sit me down and give me a second chance, right? It means that I'm going to have less pressure and less anxiety when I go to work every day.
Okay. JT is a member of Navy Federal Credit Union. I don't know this, so I'm going to ask you this question, JT. To be able to work for Navy Federal Credit Union, do you have to be a veteran?
You said work for it or bank with them?
To work for them.
To work for them? No.
You don't?
Not at all. No.
So the people that's approving these loans and stuff, they didn't necessarily have to be a part of the military forces.
No, but I think they are, though.
Oh.
You don't have to, but I think they are. Like the reception, she's not a veteran, right? But the key players probably are.
That's what I'm asking.
Players like the managers and stuff like that, they probably are.
Okay,
like the loan manager, they probably are.
No, it's the same thing working at a veteran hospital. You don't have to be a veteran.
No. I'm not saying I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying, but they probably are, though, right?
There's a lot of
you. Probably are.
Again, being a part of these organizations, right? There's a big part of, by me being a veteran, I can go, if I apply for the Navy Federal, they're going to look at that, that attribute that I have of being a veteran. They're going to look at that. It's the same thing with any federal place that goes. It's not going to be the only thing, but that does help. They have this thing in the federal system called a Veterans 10 point, 30 point, 20 point, 30 point, what do they call it? It gives you a up on, it gives you like 30 points on your interviews and if you get picked and things like that, because a lot of these positions that they have are points based. They're what they call boarded. They give you boarded questions, and things like that. So being a veteran, something that you may not normally get picked for to get that job, if you were a veteran and you have disability, they would give you a 30-point lead or a 10-point lead, depending on what your disability is, to get that job. So it's kind of like lightweight nepotism. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like that. So that was what I was saying as far as like black banks and being black. What attribute do you have to be other than just being black? Do you have to be black and you have to have a good credit score? Do you have to be black and then you have, certain other things? And by being black.
Okay, but the issue is this. So let me break this down, because we're talking about credit unions and we're not talking about
10-point preference. Thank you, Invisible Wounds. That's what it is. 10-point preference.
So let's understand something. So when 50% of Navy Federal rejected loans, here's the thing. So this is what I'm getting from membership eligibility, Navy Federal Credit Union. If you're a service member, a veteran of any branch of the armed forces or Department of Defense employee, then you're eligible to join. So for people like me and Freezy, we are not eligible. Or your immediate family and household members are also eligible to join. So that means me and Freezy are not eligible. So those 50% of people, black people, who got rejected from the loans, they were armed force members. They were veterans.
That's what I was saying.
Right? So the thing about it is when we're talking about when people are saying that, when we were the armed forces, so it helps. Bro, America has a history of shafting black veterans since World War I.
But
right?
Go ahead.
We were locked out of the GI Bill, right? We were locked out of the like, that's how white people built their wealth in the 60s, through the home loans that black veterans were locked out of.
Right. And so, but my thing is this then. That was the reason why they had the Fair Credit Act.
So my point is that when we talk about banking black, where you're not going to be locked out of these things, plus you get the benefits of armed services, how can you not see that black banking is the better option?
Well, listen, there are a lot of people that can't, because I can tell you right now, there's not a lot of black people that bank with black banks. So evidently they're not seeing it.
Right.
Right. So evidently they're not seeing it. That my whole thing is
this. We're getting misinformation. We're getting misinformation. We're getting information like, over here is the interest rates are better, but the second part of the equation is they ain't loaning you shit unless it's a car loan.
So that's what I was saying as far as myself. That's why I use myself. I've been banking since I was 16 years old. I've been having a bank since I was 16. And a lot of shit I didn't know nothing about. I had a fucking bank. I didn't know anything about credit unions. I didn't know anything about, different types of banks, Bank of America and all these different banks, until I started getting older, until I started, looking for business and small businesses and things like that, until I started actually owning something, having something, of value. For instance, a home. That's what got me to the point where I was like, wow. So while I understand what you're saying, but you got to also understand that you also had the Fair Credit Act. Also, this is and I know you probably already know this, Hot Sauce, but Freezy, do you know when we started using credit scores? You know how long ago that was once they started using it? Because before then, motherfuckers was getting really shafted. So that's what it goes to the point that what Hot Sauce was saying. Do you know when they said, well, fuck this, we're going to try to be as fair as we can, and we're going to start using credit scores? Do you know what year that was?
No, I don't know exactly what year that was. What was that?
It was just about 40 years ago, 1989. when they started using credit, you know what I'm saying? When they started using credit scores. So this was around the time when I was getting ready to.
It was that close. Dang.
Yes. I was getting ready to graduate from high school. I had a couple of more years, but yeah.
Credit cards didn't exist in 1970, so yeah. Credit cards, right? There was no such thing as a credit card in 1970s.
No, in the 70s there was credit cards. There were credit cards. Where you think they had that little shafted thing? Remember when they used to have that little?
Those were checks. Those were checks. I'm talking about the actual credit card. Digital systems was in the 80s.
I got you. Yeah.
Digital systems were in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
So my point, and I want to answer this in the chat. Okay, first of all, no, black banks don't advertise. They don't do shit. A lot of this shit is on them. A lot of this is their fault.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe they don't advertise like they should.
A lot of this, I mean, they do have the responsibility to get blacks in their buildings. So they don't do much. But what I am saying, it is in our best interest. Especially, let me say it this way. If we are in big cities, so let's take the top 5, right? All top 5 have black banks. It is absolutely in your best interest to bank black. And I'll pass the mic on that. And yes, I do bank black. Yes, I do bank black. Just in case that question doesn't come up.
You know we was going. You already know we were going to ask you that.
No captivity.
Yeah, cause you the spokesperson. We got to ask you. But Smitty, what's going on? Smitty, you served in the Navy. JT, you served in the Marines or the Army?
Man, the Army. Don't you ever cuss at me like that again.
No captivity.
So, Smitty, are you with Navy Federal or you just served in the Navy? Are you with them?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you are? So, what's your experience? We just showed that Navy Federal is in a hot water because they got found out that they've been turning away a lot of black people and been approving a lot, like mostly white people's loans up to 75%. Have you had any difficulties with Navy Federal since you've been a part of them?
I mean, I didn't got loans. I didn't got denied for loans. Like, you know what I'm saying? But the reasons why I got denied. Go ahead.
What kind of loans were you denied from, and which ones were you approved from? Because I worked at Morgan Stanley, so people are not understanding this.
Hot Sauce is saying that's very important. That's what he's saying.
That's very important. So please, which ones were you accepted, and which ones you were denied for?
I mean, I didn't got accepted for car loans, personal loans, and I didn't got denied for personal loans and stuff like that. It's for me. I didn't had Navy Federal is probably one of the best banks to me out there.
Because what I'm saying to you is that systematically, when black people are applying for car loans, it's easy. Personal loans is easy. But when it comes to small business loans and home loans, then that's where you see the racism and discrimination. So that's why that's why I want people to be specific.
No. Yeah, I got you. And my thing is, I can agree with that, but then I can also disagree. My whole thing is, I was kind of listening to y'all earlier when y'all was reading through the article or whatever, and that article was real general. It didn't really give us no details. No.
Talking about the news report that I showed.
Yeah, it wasn't. We don't know these people credit scores. We don't know why. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it can be true that the Navy Federal is doing that, but is it because of the debt to income ratio, the credit score? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on? So,
okay. So
let me just say this real quick, and I'll pass the mic. 2 things. Actually, black people are pay their loans and debts off more than any other racial group in America. This is what I learned at my time at Morgan Stanley. Black people actually pay off their loan debt better, quicker, faster than any other racial group in America. Number 2, outside of federal loan, you can look at the nationwide. Blacks do not get home loans like that, but they can get and small business loans, right? But for the same amount of money for a fucking car, they can get it. Like, and you guys are, that's what I want to emphasize. $50,000 for a small business loan you will get denied for, but a $50,000 loan for a car without a fucking job you'll get approved.
So let me ask you. Let me say this though. Now this is a thing, Freezy, that you probably will want to do, and you can do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just type into YouTube how to get approved for a small business loan from Navy Federal Credit Union, right?
Yeah.
And you tell me when you look at the thumbnails and tell me how many black folks is in those thumbnails. You can do it right now.
How to get approved from what? Small business loans?
Small business loan.
With Navy Federal.
How to get approved.
But Freezy, while you doing that, I don't want to derail the conversation.
No,
but
go ahead.
I wanted to say this too, because I wasn't on here when y'all was asking this. When y'all was talking about the employees of Navy Federal, most of them are civilians. Most of them haven't served in the military.
Yep. That's what I was saying. When it comes down to federal jobs, there are a lot of civilians that work in federal jobs. And that's what we were saying. Somebody said it.
And the sad thing is, I will say is, and I'm not gonna say black people don't know about like a lot of the federal contracting jobs, but a lot of them don't. A lot of people that I know that are black that know about getting those federal jobs is because somebody in their family was in the military, or they live in a town where the military dominates the like the job market.
Yes.
But other than that, like a lot of people don't know. So you know what I'm saying? It's like when I be talking to different people about the many different ventures that they're trying to do or whatever, I'm like, yo, you could go get a government contract and that's guaranteed money. Yeah. And they like, oh, for real?
And it's as close to job security that you will ever get.
Yeah.
It may not be 100% job security, but it's the closest thing that you ever get to job security.
I mean, a lot of times,
scroll down again. Scroll down all the way down, please. You see that bullshit? Oh, no colors. No, those three. Scroll down, right? $100K for a fucking credit card, no problem. Car loan, no problem. Blacks denied for mortgage. It's systematic, man. It is systematic.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it's not systematic, but my whole thing is this: we have to look at when we start putting out this racial thing. A lot of times they don't know who you are. A lot of times when they're going for your mortgage underwriting, they don't know exactly who you are. All they know is what they see that's in front of them.
But we can't. Wait,
so you saying this? This is by happenstance? This situation?
Just Google.
We have to look. What I'm saying is that. No, listen. What I'm saying is it's the same way of me just saying that it's not right. I'm not going to say that it's not a racial thing. What I'm saying is that we have to get more information to actually see if that's what it was, because a lot of times it's because of credit, ratio to debt. I mean, your debt to that debt ratio. It's a lot of things that come involved. You got a bunch of goddamn cars that's on your shit. You just don't know, or you don't pay your bills. Most people be trying to get
JT. There has been research, bro. There's been research on it by Harvard, Michigan, Columbia. They have all reported that it's been systemic racism when it comes to the financial services. So I don't understand why we have to look at the individual when we have decades upon decades of information that is proven by white institutions that says, yes, it's systemic.
But bro, let me tell you, in the realm that I'm in,
let me let my play here, which means this: people who qualify for those loans that are black are simply not getting them because they're black, right? And the word I'm using is qualified.
This is what I'm saying though. I know I have a younger brother. He has a ram of people. I have a ram of people that own businesses. They get mortgages. They goes and get. I mean, I'm talking about people that literally buying apartment complexes. They know it's not an easy thing. I'm not saying that, but these guys are very successful. A lot of these cats is on YouTube showing people how to navigate through the system. I'm not saying that it's not true. What I'm saying is that just like I'm not saying that it's not true, you can't just say that is the number one thing. 50, we got would you say 50% Freezy that got denied for mortgages?
Oh, that's that big. That's not
So that's
nationwide.
arbitrarily saying that there was 50% of black folks. Was it 50% of black folks?
If y'all will allow me to, I was gonna play this report real quick over again so we can refresh our memory. We got Jess in the back. Jess, do you hear me? Jess, do you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna drop. Wait. Okay, Jess.
Oh, I heard.
Okay, there you go. There you go. How you doing, Jess? Jess, did you want to come on camera? Hello?
Something's wrong with her microphone.
Something's wrong with the microphone, but she keeps. It's like, Jess, come back on camera so I can see you, so I can see your face. Let me play this video while she get her stuff together. I seen her face, so let me see. Here we go.
It sounded like she was trying to work it out.
Yeah. Here we go.
It's one of our most read stories on news4jax.com. A recent analysis found Navy Federal Credit Union had major discrepancies between the approval rates of loans to white or black applicants. The investigation found America's largest credit union rejected more than half the applications filed by black members looking for a conventional mortgage. White applicants were approved more than 75% of the time. According to analysis by CNN, Navy Federal Credit Union only approved 48%.
Before we keep going, that's a lot. More than 75%
Yeah, but did you
of the
see
time.
how he? Did you see how he put that? He said that blacks were denied by 50%, and then he said 75% of whites were approved. That's what it gets arbitrary when you do that. Instead of him saying 25% were denied versus 50% of blacks that were denied.
Okay, let me
Just
see.
like
let me see.
Credit union rejected more than half the applications filed by black members looking for a conventional mortgage. White applicants were approved more than 75% of the time. According to analysis by CNN, Navy Federal Credit Union only approved 48% of black mortgage applicants last year. White borrowers were approved 77% of the time. That gap is the highest among the top 50 mortgage lenders. Data also shows Navy Federal.
So this is approval rate, not approval. That's a difference, right?
No, approval rate is approval. It is
the approval. Yeah.
Okay, so the number's not adding up, like JT says. Like, oh, it's 48%
Yes,
of the
it
time.
is.
It is?
Yeah. 100 black people come in, only 48 people are going to get approved. 100 white people come in,
I got you.
77 going to get approved.
Gotcha.
No, I was saying I was saying, but this is the thing. In marketing and all this shit, we know that they be playing games with words. At first, when he first led with it, he said over 50% were of black folks that applied were denied, and then he said 75% of the whites were approved. Instead of saying the same thing, 25% were denied also. Both of them are very. That's high for both of them to have a approval rate. That's very still. I mean, a disapproval rate. One is 25% less than the other one, and then once he said 48%, then you look at it that way also. My point to this is, okay, now out of that 48, 50% that were denied, how many of them met the credentials and the qualifications? That's my whole thing.
Well, they're going to talk about it, so let's see what they say.
Yeah, let me.
Right, he's only talked for like a few seconds.
Okay,
but hold on one second. This doesn't mean anything until we look at the national average of approval ratings. What is the national average of approval ratings? So this doesn't mean anything yet.
Okay,
yeah, you're right.
year. White borrowers were approved 77% of the time. That gap is the highest among the top 50 mortgage lenders. Data also shows Navy Federal was more than twice as likely to deny black mortgage applicants than white ones, even when different variables were the same. For instance, the same income, debt, property value, or down payment percentage.
I feel validated at one point, but also I feel...
Hold on, let me... Couldn't hear it right. Let me play that back one time. Let me see.
Twice as likely to deny black mortgage applicants than white ones, even when different variables were the same. For instance, the same income, debt, property value, or down payment percentage.
I feel validated.
Okay, that was good information right there. That was very pivotal information that they just said.
One point, but also I feel a bit of anger because it shouldn't be happening.
Bob Otandi is one of the report's examples. He's a Texas entrepreneur who immigrated from Kenya. Otandi told reporter Renee Marsh Navy Federal was his first choice for a mortgage. The credit union is the largest in the nation, serving military members, veterans and their families, and defense personnel.
I was the CEO of my company, so I had a pretty good income.
Your credit was in the 700s. You'd recently sold your house. You had $100,000 for the down payment, which was more than 20%.
Correct. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Otandi had a pre-approval from Navy Fed, then was rejected in a letter that listed excessive obligations in relation to income as the reason.
When they denied is when we came back and said, oh man, there's something else going on.
And what did you think that something else was?
Discrimination.
Lisa Rice is a fair housing advocate who says the analysis may not prove discrimination, but the dramatic racial disparities are stunning and disappointing.
The black-white homeownership gap and the Latino-white homeownership gap today are both wider than they were in 1968 when we passed the Federal Fair Housing Act.
We got the house, thank God, and we moved on. But what about the ones who are denied? What about the ones who now can't get their own dream house? It's something that's going to affect the generation all the way down to their kids.
So what's the synopsis now? Because earlier in this broadcast, they gave some disparaging numbers where it said, let me see, where it said right here.
For instance, the same income, debt, property value, or down payment. Black mortgage applicants than white ones, even when different variables were the same. For instance, the same income, debt, property value, or down payment.
So they're saying that these black people got denied even when they had the same variables. Is that an eye opener for you, JT, or what?
No, he said, because this is the thing. He said some of the variables, right? Yeah. This is the thing about the variables. One of the things that impacts your credit score and how they look at your credit is your debt. What is it called? The excessive financial obligations, what that guy was talking about. So if you don't have, for instance, that's why you would have people that's giving you when they tell you about if you ever went to someone that was actually helping you get your credit together, right? And one of their goals would be to get your what is it called, man? To your debt to income ratio to a 25% or less. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you have a that ratio at 55%, 63%, that impacts you getting even a car. Yeah, that impacts you even getting, especially getting a mortgage.
You're saying it could be possible that these black people aren't doing their due diligence. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm not taking it off the table. What I'm telling you is
right.
Because if they're this is the thing. If they're going to put a lawsuit out on them, then they got to have all their shit together, right? Because this is going to be a federal case that they're going to have. So you're going to have to know what the fuck you talking about when you out here suing somebody for this shit. It's against the law to discriminate for anything. That's one of the things what the Fair Credit Act was about. It's against the law to do it.
Before you go, Hot Sauce, Jess, are you there? Can you talk now? Jess, do you hear us? Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
All right, and Kevin C, if you're still in the chat,
yeah, Kevin C, if you want to hit the link at the top of the chat, bro, come up. We would love to hear from you.
because he can give you the historical evidence better than I can about how black veterans have been discriminated and pushed out of home loans for since the 60s, right? This is nothing new. And in the broadcast, right? Because the thing is, JT, man, and I respect you a lot, and I listen to a lot of your commentary, right? But when we say, well, let's look at if the black people are wrong or not, man, that's low key racist.
Hold on, hot sauce. Jess, maybe it would if you're trying to call in through any other browser other than Chrome, make sure you call in under the Chrome browser because this software is more Chrome friendly. Now it might work with Firefox or Safari, I don't know, but I know Chrome is better with Chrome if you do have Chrome. I don't know, but
so
go ahead.
But anyway, right? It clearly lists. It says the same variables: income, debt, property value, and I can't read the last one on the screen, right? But the broadcaster clearly said, even when when both blacks and whites have the same data points, right? Mm-hmm. Regardless if the data points is good or regardless if the data points are bad or bad, it doesn't matter. The only difference was race. And if race was the only difference and white people got accepted more and black people got accepted less, then that's discrimination. And they clearly said the variables were the same with the exception of race.
So my whole thing is this. If we're going to do it, it's just like a lawyer. Man, do you know how that's a high profile court case? That's a high profile lawsuit. That's a class action lawsuit.
We're talking
now,
like
this is what I'm saying.
New.
No, listen what I'm saying. But listen to what I'm saying.
Have they already lost though? They already paid money, or is it still going on?
I don't even know. This is why I said I'm gonna look into it. But this is what I mean by we have to know, because this is what's going to have to happen. You're going to have to actually. You can't just say racism and then it is there, and the judge is going to say, "Yep, that was racism." So we got to look at the loopholes. We got to look at all of this shit that they talking about, because we talking about what I'm telling you is that, man, we can get a lot of money. Say if Freezy, if you was the lawyer, and me and thousands of people came and said we want to do a class action lawsuit, right? With you and your firm. Don't you want to know all these things? Because you're gonna have to do the investigations, right?
Right.
So don't you want to know if this case is gonna be worth you taking this case? Because you're gonna get paid a lot of money, and the people that you out here fighting for is gonna get a lot of money, right?
Most definitely.
So in order for that to happen, we gotta know if this actually is gonna be racial, or if it's something else. You're gonna spend all your goddamn time and resources, and then you're gonna lose a fucking court
They already
case.
losing in the court of public opinion, though. But go ahead.
Fuck the court of opinion, because the court of opinion won't give you that purse or that bag, right? The persons that'll give you that bag is the courts. So in order for us to do it, instead of us crying about it, if we gonna cry about it, we gonna cry all the way to the bank about it then, right? I would rather do that.
JT, let me ask you a question, because I do want to talk about this cop shit too, because fuck police, but that's another thing. JT, let me ask you a question, right? So your 10-point approval for giving a loan at your bank, right? Now, what am I missing? Because if the investigation shows that blacks and whites, when they have the same data points, regardless of good or bad, white people are going to be 2 times more likely to get that loan as black people where everybody's data points are the same. So what am I missing what am I missing to say that I can't call it racism yet? Because you said we can't call it racism yet, right? But the investigation says, hear me out. The investigation says all data points according to your bank is the same. The only difference was race. So what am I missing? What else do I need to research?
The lawsuit. Just for us just hollering racism is doing nothing. It's going to be another 30, 40, 50 years of us saying it's not fair. So we got to move this shit. We got to get rid of at least motherfuckers that could just do what the fuck they doing. If that's the case, then listen, If we saying that this shit is some racism shit and we about to sue a goddamn bank, we need to get on our goddamn P's and Q's. Fuck the just crying about it. If I'm gonna cry about it, I'm gonna cry to the bank about it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not, bro. What I'm saying is that we got to make, in order for this shit to make, we have to make a change. It's the same thing in saying bank with black banks. The reason why a lot of motherfuckers ain't banking with black banks is because we ain't making enough of a fucking stink about it. If we gonna sit there and try to get people to bank black, then we gotta do something more than what we've been doing in the past. If we're gonna get somebody, if we're gonna stop this racism shit, this unfair bullshit, we gotta take this shit all the way to the Supreme fucking Court then. And in order for us to do that, we have to do our due diligence and do the investigation. Not cry about it and then leave it alone. No, I'm gonna cry about it, but I'm gonna cry to the Supreme Court so we can get some goddamn justice out of this shit. That actually was for who was that? That was actually for Super. Who was that just gave the super chat and said, "Am I slow or dumb?" That was for your ass.
Super chat. Shout out to Super Nifty Susie One. He said with the $5 super cap. He said, "Do our panelists have comprehension and listening issues? Very strange feedback on this." Shout out to Super Nifty One. Go ahead, JT. I know you want to respond to that. Go ahead, bro.
Well, I want to respond to after JT too.
Yes, listen, this is the only thing that I'm saying. This is not about being slow or whatever. I'm talking about making a change. I'm not going to be sitting back talking about racism and I ain't going to do shit about it. I'm not going to talk about racism and I ain't going to do shit about it. That's what I'm talking about. And that's it.
Well, I'm going to say, as far as the comprehension part, I have a degree from Wharton. And I worked at Morgan Stanley and I own 2 businesses in 2 different countries around the world. So I'm very astute on finances, very astute. And I'll leave it there.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And we're having a conversation. This is, hey, Frieza, can you tell them how we make people come and watch us and stick with us? Because we don't just agree with one another. And we all cool on here. We're not gonna agree with each other. We figuring this shit out, like y'all.
What I'm hearing from you and Hot Sauce, right? And I'm soaking it in because I have my opinions as well. Right. I really think that everybody's being proactive with this subject matter, because I think even JT did say, in all fairness, he's not ruling out racism. But if there's some foul play going on, black people need to jot all their I's and cross out their T's so they can actually get to the bottom of it. And if there's money to be given back and sued for in litigation, we need to do our due diligence. I totally agree with that. And I think Hot Sauce just said he agreed with that too. So yeah. So, but now what I was trying to do while you guys was having a back and forth was trying to see if they were. Well, apparently they are being sued, but if there's been a what's it called a settlement or a ruling on it or whatever?
Right,
so that's what I've been trying to do.
Settlement, right? I guess a settlement.
Yeah, a settlement.
Yeah. But I wanted to move along too, because it's been some great information on this Navy Federal thing, and I'm happy that we're covering this. Actually, I'm kind of proud that we're covering this, and we can talk about other things. We can talk about things other than just men hating women and women hating men. We can talk about other subject matters as black folk, right? Because this is a serious subject matter, and I think a lot of people did get left out in the cold because people are speaking up. And I think that this right here, what we're seeing with the debt and property value, that is to me is critical information. If you have clients that have the same criteria and the same qualifications, but only one demographic is getting approved more than the other, I think that is to be noted, right? Do we all agree on that right there too? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, we agree. I agree. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Kevin C. I don't know Kevin C. Kevin C. Just say you don't mess with your boy Freeze. I'm just playing, Kevin C. But I'm finna play. I'm finna play the video again with the cop because and then Kanye West is gonna be last. And I appreciate y'all being here, man, my brothers.
Yeah, my pleasure, man. I'm chilling on a Sunday, man. So I'm just chilling, man. So thank you for having a stream, man, because I wasn't doing shit.
And I'm gonna tell you the truth. You know what? Let me tell you something. This for the chat and everybody listening and watching from the cloud. I don't just hang around just some rinky-dink dudes. I hang around very intelligent dudes because everybody can't have these type of conversations. We all know a lot of you niggas hate women, but I'm just saying everybody can't have these type of conversations. We throwing around all kind of financial terminologies and stuff like that. I damn near got lost, but I'm doing a good job keeping up with y'all. Y'all ain't gonna lose me in the sauce, hot sauce and JT. I see what y'all trying to do. But
hey, look, one thing I ain't trying to do is outsmart hot sauce. I know what he got. So we ain't having that type of conversation at all, bro.
No, man. I'm not, bro. All I'm saying is that like actually the best person to speak on this was actually Kevin C. Because I know about it, but he could tell you the specifics and shit.
Yeah.
I just have a working knowledge of it. You know what I mean?
Okay. Let me see. Oh, here's a question. Here's a question in the chat before I think he asked 2 Glock Hot asked JT a question. Shout out to 2 Glock Hot. He said JT isn't ruling out racism, but what does he think the issue could be? Can he elaborate? I'm actually curious. He wants you to elaborate on that.
Yeah,
we got my dog KFC up here, so we right on time. Go ahead, JT, because I do want to get KFC's
it's coming. It's gonna be short, bro.
This can't be Sugar Bomb. This cannot be Sugar Bomb. Say something, Sugar Bomb. Yeah, that's a troll. JT, Kevin C, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself so I can know that you say something. Okay, he waited.
Yeah. Hello, gentlemen. Do you have me? How well do you hear me?
Yeah. So you're gonna stay on camera. I'm gonna bring you up. Let me see. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So this will be very brief. So the thing is this: when Freezy brought up the story, I already said I haven't followed this story yet, right? Mm-hmm. But what I was telling them also was that yes, I'm a member of the Federal Navy Credit Union, and I've never had any problems with it. Same thing with my man. Was that Smitty that was on there?
Yeah.
But the same thing with him. We just never had that. But I've seen some things that was accusing Navy Federal. But my whole thing is that when it comes down to it, before we go out and say that it's racism, it's the same thing. That's why I asked if Freezy, if he was the lawyer, the thing was that he would have to do his due diligence because he wanted to go get this bag, right? Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, that's why you get the lawyers, because the lawyers is like, I don't give a damn if it's racism or not. I'm about to do my due diligence and we about to get this motherfucking bag. But they have to know that they have a case before they take on the case, or they're just gonna be spinning their damn wheels. And at the end of the day, that's all I was saying. I'm not gonna rule the damn thing out, but I'm gonna also say, shit, we ain't about to just miss this goddamn this moment where we can make an impact. Not only just getting the money, but we could change some shit. Because if you ever notice, when you get a business, especially if that business is a high business, when they get sued, not only do they have to settle out, but what do they do also? They change their policies, don't they? They end up changing policies and all that shit. Y'all remember what happened with Denny's? Denny's got sued for racism, and these motherfuckers worldwide started selling motherfucking greens and goddamn turkey necks. They changed their whole damn menu just to appease black folks, and that shit was more racism than what they was even was accused about. Right. So this is what it's about: making a fucking impact.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Real quick,
before you go hot sauce, I gotta.
Can I just ask this one question?
Hold on. No, this is very important. I gotta say this. Listen, this is the second time somebody actually tried to infiltrate my podcast. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, because I know you're still watching. You're not coming up. You're not coming up unless you show your damn face. And even then, I need you to talk. This is not StreamYard, and this is not, we don't this ain't no slow ninjas up here. And also, if you have a wrench in the chat, If you're a moderator, if you have a wrench in the chat, please be on alert. They already tried to corn bomb us in the chat as well. As soon as you see something funny, get rid of their ass. Okay, I'm not playing around. And somebody tried to come up as Travel One yesterday, and now they try Sugar Bomb. I already see the play, and I don't know if y'all think I'm this dim-wit, slow-ass ninja, but I got a lot of sense. Trust me. Go ahead. Who was next? Go ahead, Hot Sauce. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I just Kevin C. While you give your commentary, could you also comment about how black veterans were systemically shut out of the GI Bill and home loans back?
Oh
in
yeah,
the 60s?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Facts.
Yeah, that's all. I just want you to include that in your commentary. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I was listening to the program. It's actually really good information, and I do agree with I think it was Mr. Freezy who was talking about you got to just do the lawsuit, otherwise nothing's going to come out of it. So I do agree with that. Other than the historical aspect, you guys are pretty much familiar with the fact that from the Revolutionary War all the way up until about the Second World War, actually just a little bit after, the military was segregated. So you don't get desegregation in the military until 1948 executive order, President Truman. He does that, and actually you have a lot of black activists or a few black activists that actually push that because black people were being denied jobs and in the defense industry. That's where you actually get the threat to actually do the March on Washington. That was the first kind of like where it was supposed to happen, but since they capitulated and they got what they wanted, they didn't do it. That being said, 1948 is where you get desegregation. Now, it didn't go as smoothly as everybody would like, but basically, the military was the first to actually kind of do the desegregation thing. By the time you get to the Second World War, of course, you had all these black veterans who actually fought. And we're talking about a lot of veterans. The 761st Tank Battalion, a lot of veterans served in logistical units. The Red Ball Express is very, famous for that. You had, the infantry divisions and all this other stuff. But when they get back from the war, they do not get the GI Bill. I actually looked into this. It was only about 2 to 3% of veterans, black veterans who were eligible. 100% of them should have got the GI Bill, but about 2 to 3%. Now, the thing is that the way that the wording was, as you talk about the legislation, the way it was worded, it didn't actually discriminate based on race. But when they got down to the brass tacks of it, they actually implemented it based on race, and they just denied. They came with reasons to actually deny these black veterans their just due. So white veterans got, college paid for, books, housing loans, all this other stuff, and everything else. And if you know that, then you know that out of that comes the middle class. So that was one of the first ways that black veterans were denied. And then we can skip forward to like 1968, the Fair Housing Act. That comes out of the Civil Rights Movement. Everybody's pretty familiar with that. And I would say going into the 1980s, 1990s, early 2000s, there was relative parity. And you can't deny stuff like the GI Bill because I know I came in. So that doesn't happen. You can't do that. Stuff that we're supposed to get federally by virtue of our service. But this is actually something new. So I'm glad you guys are actually doing this story because I will tell you, probably a lot of black veterans had no idea that this was going on.
That's what I was saying.
That approval rating. Yeah, because we're thinking that we're good to go. Now, here's the thing, though. This is what I will say is that now the longer you go in the military, the easier it is to get approval because they're looking at your service too. So that's one thing they don't tell you when it comes to these credit unions in the military. So if you're like a sergeant first class or you're like an 03 or an 04, officer is O rating. E rating is like E7, E8, that's enlisted. So as you go further in the military, then it's going to be easier regardless of your race because it's hard to deny you because you're going to meet all the criteria. But so that might be a factor. That would be the only thing that I would say that they could look at that. Say if you're E5 trying to get a home loan, you're trying to buy a house for $200,000 or something, then they might be looking at that as it relates to something being similar. That might be the only difference. But outside of that, because that was my big question, what's the evaluation criteria? Is it the same use for everybody? Or so they just denying black people just because they're black? So outside of that, the only other thing that I can think of is literally might be race banked. I'm sorry, based on rank. E5 and below, you're trying to get a house, that you might not be necessarily qualified for. They might be looking at denying you that loan. And then on top of that, now you add race to it. that's a factor that you wouldn't even know about. So you might just attribute it to, well, I'm an E4, E5. I just started my family trying to get a home loan, and then you'd be like, well, I'll try again when I'm an E6. I'll save a little money, save some more for the down payment. And then on top of that, remember, you also get, they also cover like closing costs and what do they call it? FHA loan? No, it's not FHA, but it's like Veterans Assistance Loans, something like that. You actually get discounts and stuff like that as it relates to closing costs and down payments. So there's a lot going into that. So that's the only thing I could probably say that might be a factor as far as the overall approval process.
Shout out to One Solo for coming on through, man.
No captivity.
So KLC, so you're saying that you wouldn't doubt that there's foul practice going on with Navy Federal. That's what you're saying.
Well, if you look at the data, I'm just saying, look, I think a lot of people wouldn't have any idea. So who blew the whistle on this? That's what I would be, because we would just chalk it up to, okay, I'm an E4, E5. I'm not that quite there yet. Give me a few more years. I'll save some more money. I can put a bigger down payment and we can get the house that we're looking for, right? We wouldn't even think about it being discrimination because why? Everything else, as far as all the other benefits that you get as a veteran, all of that stuff is in place. They can't deny you the college. They can't deny you, anything else. So everything else is already on the table. So you wouldn't even think about that or consider your race being a factor. Point. You just say, well, I just don't have enough time in service yet. Or I don't have enough for the down payment.
This is what I don't understand. And because respectfully to all the veterans, like sometimes you guys give us a misrepresentation of America because like if you guys were discriminated in a GI Bill where only 2%, as you mentioned, why would you feel that you would be discriminated here? Because the government has already discriminated against veterans in the past.
Yeah, but again, because you're getting everything else. Like there's nothing that veterans, regardless of race or even gender, are being discriminated against because you can actually see it. You can see the difference. You can see, well, that white person over there or that female over there is getting something that I'm not getting that I know I'm supposed to get. You're getting your college, your tuition paid. You're getting, all the other, special pays and benefits and everything else that you're supposed to get by virtue of being a veteran. So this probably wouldn't even cross your mind. There are people who probably apply for these loans in Navy Federal, and they have no idea other than the stuff that they put on the paper. Like that dude said, the reason he challenged it, he said, look, I'm a business owner. He's retired or he got out. He said he's a business owner. He's got he knew that he had better credit than most people who were applying. That's probably why he questioned it, right? But if you're E4 or E5, you're not gonna be like, well, I'm an E4. Let me make E6 or E7, then I'll try to apply again because you've eliminated everything else. So that's why they wouldn't know. And Hot Sauce is right. There is some level. So the military is kind of like a microcosm of what I would like the rest of society to be. It's probably about as fair as you're going to get as it relates to, racism. I'm not saying that the racism is gone. I'm not saying that it does not happen. There are examples of it actually happening. We got people who haven't been promoted. They have impeccable records. They get to a certain rank, and then basically, like for example, you can't be too black, right? You can't like if you're openly black and hardcore black and all black everything, but even if you have an impeccable record, we know officers that have not been promoted. Still, they got great combat records. They got no blemishes, nothing that would prevent them from going to the next level. They still haven't gotten promoted. And once you get to a point where they don't promote you, you just got to get out.
Hey, KLC, can you do me a favor and turn your phone sideways so we can see the widescreen? That's awesome. Yeah. Let me see. Mark, tax coach, can you hear me?
Yeah. But does that answer kind of? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let me make sure he's Mark. You I think you muted yourself.
But Freeze, I just had one question.
Go ahead, bro.
So my thing about it is we consistently hear, as black people hear that these different institutions and different companies and shit are doing stuff like this. But it's like, what's next? What are we doing?
So that's a great question.
No, I get you. But you know what I'm saying? Like, we consistently hear this, and my thing about it is, I don't know. I'm younger than all of y'all or whatever, and my idea on stuff is, some people are going to be the people that kick the door in, and there's going to be some people that's going to be the people that's running in behind me. You know what I'm saying? If you get that analogy. And my whole thing about it is yes, this Navy Federal might be guilty of doing this. You know what I'm saying? But to look at the positive of it, some black people have been touched or been blessed by Navy Federal. You know what I'm saying? Or other different institutions. So my whole thing about it is like, I forgot who asked this earlier about who the one that blew the whistle on this thing, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't a black person, or unless they worked with this stuff and had inside knowledge of this.
Hey Mark, can you turn your phone sideways so we can see your widescreen?
Let me see if we can do this.
Probably gonna have to put your automatic rotator on. It's a function on your phone. It's like automatic. It's on the settings, whatever. But yeah, to answer your question, Smith, I think it goes back to what JT was saying initially. We have to be proactive, and if we're serious about coming at, because listen, let's just face it, Navy Federal is not like a small business. It's a huge conglomerate, even though they're not for profit. And we all know when they say not for profit, that still don't mean nothing, because it's somebody making millions of dollars, you know. And I know how nonprofit organizations work. But at the same time, I think that if we're going to bring these people up on charges like that, we do have to we do have to actually cover all areas. Kevin C made a great comment when he said we don't even know how this even came about, how it even surfaced. You know what I'm saying? So even with that news report that we seen, it's still a lot of cloudy information going on. Now we know I do believe that black people are being treated unfairly, especially if there's similar criteria across the board, like we seen. But another thing, what you was asking, Smitty, Hot Sauce brought up a great idea too when he was saying what can help us in the long run. And I don't know if JT and Hot Sauce actually came to a common place with this, but I do think that we need to support other similar black businesses if they have these outlets for us, right? Like if there are black banks out there, I'm trying to figure out why why they don't have more clientele. That's what I'm saying.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I want to say this, right? Because I am not the pro blackity black guy. I am not that. But if there's one thing, because I believe you support business. Look, just because a business is black doesn't mean that they should automatically get your support. They should fight just like any other business, with the exception of black banks. Black banks is the only thing, because how I understand how financial institutions work and financial instruments work in America, black bank is the only thing where I think both black banks and black people have an obligation to connect with one another. I think black banks do a shitty job in getting black people, but black people as a community do have a responsibility to bank black if they can, because the overall benefit of having finances flow through your community is something that is just universally beneficial to everyone. That is the only place where I would say it's our responsibility, as I do. And I told you my bank, right? One United, where you should absolutely bank black. Like, I think it's everybody's social responsibility. If you love black people, then you need to.
What do you think about that, Smitty? I wanted to get JT was about to say something. What do you think about that, Smitty?
I mean, I agree with that to an extent, and the only reason I say that is because, I mean, if you're familiar with the banking system, all the little small banks are like connected to one central like bank, like, you know what I'm saying? So my whole thing. So my whole thing about it is, yeah, we can bank black. I mean, bank with black banks, but that's only a fraction. That's only gonna help, in my opinion. That's only gonna help a fraction of the problem, because if we spending our money outside of our community, three times, 5 times X, that shit,
That's
banking
a
black
good
ain't gonna.
point too. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
So let me ask you guys something.
Go
You
ahead,
guys
Kelsey.
I have a question real
I
quick.
just want to say something, right?
Go ahead.
Because finances are broken into discretionary, it's savings, disposable income, discretionary use, and and then home loans, right? America has their money, and the middle class is built on home value. That's where you store your money. And so by storing your money in a black bank, where the bank can now give you home loans, right? Until you pay off the loan, the bank has these homes that are black owned that they can use for credit to give small businesses loans to other black people, right? It's like it doesn't matter where you buy your consumer goods, right? It doesn't matter where you shop. It matters where you put your investments, as far as your nest egg, your savings, your homes. That stuff matters much more than where you're spending, where you're buying food from or whatever, right? So that's what I'm saying is that we do have again, if we really love black people, then we gotta be banking black.
But
We gotta
I'm
be banking.
gonna say this, and then I'm gonna let JT rock. My quick rebuttal to that would be, okay, just because you can get a house doesn't mean you can afford to upkeep the house. So, prime example, like I wholesale, so I meet a lot of people who can get the house, but then when that pipe bursts or the tree fall on the roof, they don't necessarily have the money to go any further.
Yeah. So that's where when they look at your credits, when they look at your credit score, they look at that whole thing when it comes down to that debt to income ratio. That's why that is very important. And if you look on and Hassos, you may know this, that is probably about 35% or more of what they consider. It has an impact on your credit when you look at that. If you are above 35% on that ratio, that can bring your credit score down or keep it stagnated, right? That's why they tell a lot of people that when they give them credit counseling, one of your first goals should be to get your debt down to at least 25% or down. That ratio got to be down, because it goes to what you were just saying. Yeah, you can get the house, but can you keep the house up? It's the same. That's the same thing.
Well,
that's why that mortgage is a little bit more in depth than just buying a car.
No, okay, maybe I think I'm not explaining myself correctly. So let me put it to you this way: banking black. I'm talking about banking black. I'm not talking about actually getting a home loan. So, for example, some of my money is in a black bank, right? Now, because my money is in a black bank, they can use that money to now give a loan to a black man or a black woman who wants to open a business. Or maybe they can use that money to give it to a black person who is qualified to own a home. That's what I'm saying, right? Because now my money is in a black institution that can help fund other black people who wants to build businesses or loans or things like that, right? That's going to help the black community overall, right? Because finances, even in the scripture says money answers all things, right? So that's what I mean by banking black. It's not so much about me getting the home loan. I can be a college student that's banking black, putting my part-time finances in there and contributing to other black people getting a business, because maybe one day I'm going to get hired from that business. You see what I'm saying? That's what I mean about circulating income, because it doesn't, like we get these fast highbrow information, like, okay, our money is only in the black community 6 hours, then we go buy something at Denny's and it's gone. It's not about that. It's about putting your money in a black bank, so a black bank can now start building other black businesses and creating more black homeowners. That's
So
what
I
I'm
think
saying.
they need to market that in that way, and they're
I
shitty
agree.
at
I
marketing.
agree.
Right.
Yeah,
So this is the thing. Remember
they
what
need to
I
they need to
initially
come
said
on No
earlier.
Captivity with Freezy.
No
Go
captivity.
ahead,
Right?
JT.
But this is where it
it's
comes down to what I
it's
initially
our
had said.
responsibility as well, right? Because we want to see black people win too. And if we want to see black people win, the best way you see black people win is in home ownership and small businesses. So I put my money there. And I'm not even in fucking America, but I put my money there.
Yeah.
Right. So and I have no problem with that either. But this is what I initially had said before. Like I said, being military, and Kev has said something that actually, well, I was like, well, damn, that was probably the reason why I ended up getting a lot of things the way that I got them, because I got out the military as an E6, right? I had 10 years in. I had a lot of things that was going for me, and these were the things that they were considering also when it came down to it. But my whole thing initially was that, okay, by me being in the military, I'm in a military community, right? So I get things, I get incentives by being in that community. Me being where I live, we have banks and we have community banks also, credit unions also, right? And by me being a resident and a homeowner in the community that I'm in, going to those banks, they give me incentives. My whole thing is, what is it as far as being black? What is the incentive that would give us other than we're just black? That's the only thing that I'm asking.
So okay, and so my rebuttal to you, or my response to you, and Kev C, please help me out as well. But my response and my rebuttal to you would be is this: most of the incentives you'll get regardless of where you bank. And second, the biggest incentive you get is that you're creating a better future for young black boys and girls that you grew up in.
Okay. Yeah, I think Kevin C. I think Kevin C. He had something to say earlier too. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, essentially, I would agree with what Hot Sauce is saying. Is that it makes sense to invest in a black bank, so that way you have essentially the capital to continue to reinvest. That's really how banks work. Look, I'm not an economics guy or accountant and all this other stuff. I just kind of, but what he's saying does make sense. Even to the most people who aren't super knowledgeable about it. That being said, I would say the biggest issue is that, well, can most black people even tell you the black banks that actually exist in the United States and what the names are? We know about One United, but and as I remember it, I think there's either 12 to 14 black banks, but they're not really
50.
centrally located. The thing about banks is that they need to be close and easy to access, and you need to know about it, and there needs to be visibility and awareness, and it's just not there, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll give you that. But I would say the responsibility is both on the customer and the bank, right? That's the only reason. Just because banking is so crucial to our everyday lives, that it needs to be the responsibility of both. Now, obviously, if you don't live in a major city, then yeah, okay, you can't do it. But people who live in Houston, people who live in LA, Chicago, New York, right? It's accessible. There's 50 of them. There's 50 of those motherfuckers. Atlanta.
Yeah, and then the other thing too is, remember the HBCU. So look, I started all of my accounts when I was young, right? So now I got accounts. One of the first ones was with a credit union because it was closest to the base. That's all it really was. So I didn't understand all this stuff about finance. It was just closer to the base. It was easy to access. Now, so you kind of talked about the bigger cities. So that would be the issue right there. Again, it kind of goes to visibility. I would say you got to get people read into this young, and you got to talk to them about the benefits of banking black, and then how that money gets reinvested so that way it can actually help you out. I would say I'm not a marketing specialist or strategy and all this other stuff, but I would say they need to be linked into the HBCUs. How many black people? We know that the clientele essentially is not all black, but most HBCUs at this point are 80% or 90%, depending on where the school is. So if you start an account early, and then naturally you're going to gravitate to that, and then they give you good customer service, then that's going to be your principal bank, and then you can branch out from there if you want to go to Bank of America or Citigroup or some other bank. But the whole thing is that you got to start early, because how banks treat you over the years, you're gonna, kind of stick with that.
Longevity. Yeah.
Exactly. And so far the bank and I've opened up bank accounts in other. I started off with one primary, then I added another one and another one. So I got different banks. But over the years they've done good things for me. And then even when the few times I did go get a loan, I was able to get approved. And I suspect that had a lot to do with me being in the military. So there's good things there. But my whole thing is that you got to get people read into that young, so that way as they go throughout their career, and that bank gives them good service, and then they can count on that bank to do what it's supposed to do and not screw them over in some way. Because part of it too is branding. It's like brand name, like One United and all these other banks are doing what they're supposed to do, and then you just linked into it, and they carry you throughout your entire life. They keep, I got banks where they keep trying to give me, or what do you call it, more extend my credit lines and give me offers and incentives, and I haven't even asked for it because they're looking at my account. And they go, oh shoot, this dude's got some money over there. You know what? Let's see what else we can do for him. Even the few times I even go into the bank, they how they do, right? They look at your account. They're like, oh, they look at you. They look at your account. They're like, oh, sir, have you have you talked to one of our financial advisors in a little bit? They always try to get me with that. Because I go in there kind of unassuming, like I ain't really got no money, and then they're like, so Mr. Kev, we see that you haven't talked with us in a little bit. Would you like to sit down? Do you have time, sir? Would you like to make an appointment? Like they're like asking me to do stuff, and I'm like, no, I'm good.
Yep.
I just keep adding money to it, because they want to use my money to do some other stuff, and I get all of that. But I'm kind of good where I've only taken advantage of it a few times. But my whole point is that it's got to be done over the long haul. You got to get these young folks in like right from the ground up while they're building their careers, and then they have to have that service behind it so they can trust that the bank is going to do what they're supposed to do as it relates to the customer service. That's really all it is. You could go to HBC right now and ask those students; they wouldn't know how many black banks are even available, even in a major city, right?
Yep. This is the thing. To your point, I went to my bank to do one thing. I don't know what it was that I was doing, but they also said, I had the lady, she looked and she was looking at my account. She said, right now, if you refinance your car, right, I can get you down to, at least a 5% decrease into your APR. She was already, because they looking at my account. They see that I have not used my current card note with them, and they're like, damn. They was like, no money down, no nothing. They see my car, they see my Carfax, they see everything about what's going on with my car, and it's crazy how they're doing it now. And it was kind of like what you were just saying, when they look at how you're banking with them, because I use them primarily for everything, and I probably have about 4 or 5 different accounts, different in banks. Like I said, I don't have any banks. I have all credit unions. And a lot of them came from my associations, what communities that I'm with. Just like Federal Navy, that's a community I'm with. The University of Michigan, I'm in that community also. You know what I'm saying? It's another credit union that I'm in because of where I live. That community too. That was what I was saying in Hot Sauce. These communities that I'm already a part of, they give me incentives. As far as black banking, they have to give us some type of incentive. They got to be more out there, and I don't understand why they're not marketing that way.
I think there's just a lot of. I think there's just a lot of misinformation. I think the main thing is that we don't hear a lot about black banks when it comes to the promotion side of the game, right? Maybe they do have incentives. We just don't know about it, and
I think they do.
Yeah, maybe.
I suspect that they do, but
would it be?
Wouldn't that be part of their responsibility?
Well,
it is. Sorry, go ahead.
Right, but I think that it would be. I think this is the thing too. Also, wouldn't it be a racial thing if they just did it? Because that's why I was just saying that. Is it just because you're black? Does that mean that we exclude everyone else? Like I said, when it comes down to the military, we can exclude people that's not in the military. We can exclude people that don't live in our communities. We can exclude people that don't go to our schools or work for certain things to get that type of financial backing, right?
See, this is why I'm sorry.
I don't think you can exclude anybody
This is the thing.
with race, right?
Please let me just say this real quick. White people can bank there if they want. They can't discriminate based on race. But the thing about it is this, right? Being being at a black bank, yeah, they have incentives, right? But is it going to be as good as Capital One? No. Is it going to be as good as Bank of America? Absolutely not. But by investing in them, working with them, community hand in hand with them, we can make sure that our children can get the better incentives. We can make sure that our children can get the executive banking lifestyle. For example, HSBC, right? I have like Hong Kong, London, whatever, right? The executive experience there is better than anything I've ever experienced anywhere. It is 5-star, top-notch, whatever, better than any American bank. However, I still make sure that my money is still in a black bank, because by doing that, the next generation or the generation after that can get that. Because as long as we don't have our own, that's the incentive, having our own. And to the bigger point, if you can't get down with having your own, we're always going to have this victim mentality. Because the reason why a cop can have a gun to the back of this man's neck is because we don't have enough powerful institutions to make people fucking pay.
Well, Hot Sauce and other guys on the panel answer this.
Super chat.
Mark Pyrus, tax coach, with the $2 super cap. He said, "Isn't promoting black banks just as prejudice?" Thank you, Mark. Anybody can come in. Go ahead.
No, that was my point of saying what I was saying. That was my point of saying what I was just saying.
I, Hot Sauce, do not see a problem with discrimination and prejudice, especially when I'm doing it to somebody else. I do not see a problem with it at all.
And remember, other groups practice discrimination and prejudice. Now,
yes.
and now they don't do it openly, but they you're not. How many black people you seen working in a Chinese restaurant? It's not going to happen, and I don't have any problem with them doing that. Now the thing is that so you guys know there's black enclaves all across the United States where you have middle class and upper class, black people actually living. And the reason I say that is that, so I'm looking at, we're going to eventually buy another house, right? And I was looking at, okay, where can I buy my next house? And I want to be specifically in a, if not all black, but primarily black neighborhood. I want to be around black folks. I like black people. I want to be around primarily black people because I know there's going to be black culture, black, whatever, everything that I like. That being said, one of the things that I've noticed is that the external infrastructure that actually should be supporting those black enclaves, it's not really there. So the residential area is there, the houses is there, but stuff like banks, not visible, right? You got Bank of America or these other big banks that are there versus like the black bank that should be there in a primarily black enclave. See, that's where it would start. You'd grow up knowing that, okay, I'm going down to the bank and I see the bank right there on the corner, along with the, what do you call it, the ATMs and everything else. Like you literally grow up seeing that. That's the one thing I noticed. I actually went and visited kind of like one of those black enclaves to kind of get an idea of what the houses were like. But I noticed the external infrastructure is not necessarily black owned, meaning that it's owned by somebody else. But the only thing that's really owned by black people are the houses, the residential areas, the immediate stuff. But you got to actually branch out. Everything from, banks, hospitals, schools, all of that stuff. And it's not really there. Even the schools is kind of like linked in, even though I get it, the taxes is being funded by the housing and all this other stuff, but it seems like it's not completely black owned, black directed, black focused. It's more like somebody else is doing it and we got a piece of it and somebody else is controlling it, and that would be the issue that I would see that that's visible to me when I start talking about black, because I look at it like it needs to be black owned, black run, black directed. And that way we won't have that problem. That way, as you grow up, your kid literally sees you going into a black-owned bank, right? Okay. And then they start their career. Now they go into a black-owned bank. That's gonna be their first bank account.
Okay, so listen.
No captivity.
I think we've moved past the Navy Federal section of this broadcast. We're gonna go to, because we still got to get to Kanye, but I want to play this video right quick because I got a question for everybody on the show. Right, so let's look at this video again, and I'm going to ask some key questions that I want you guys to chime in on. Here we go.
Stand up. Right there on the front of the car. Stay straight.
I ain't doing got good right there. I'm not doing that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying what you saying, oh yeah, for. I'm not, oh my God! Okay. Oh my fault. Oh my.
So right there, she's tasing this guy while he's in handcuffs. He's already detained.
You want it again?
No, man.
Shut the you was big and bad. Shut your up.
So let me bring Mark up. It's good. I'm glad you came back, Mark. Let me bring Mark up right now. There you go. How you doing, Mark?
Freezy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you do me one favor?
I'm trying to get this camera turned to. I'm trying to get it turned to the side, and I went to my settings. I'm upside down.
Listen, we're not going to worry about that right now. Okay, I'm glad you're on the show. Just do me one favor and turn your volume down just a little bit because we're getting a little feedback. That's all I need you to do.
Hold on.
No, it's still playing while he's on. He has to turn off to his YouTube.
Okay, yeah, you still got your YouTube on?
Let me see. Hold on.
You still got another tab open or something? Okay, I don't hear it anymore.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's a little better. It's a little better, yeah.
Yeah, I turned. Let me turn my volume back up.
Did you see the video I just played, Mark?
He has his YouTube playing on another tab.
No, yeah. I just closed.
You just closed all your YouTube tabs? He kind of froze on us, but let's continue on till Mark get it together. But listen, so everybody's seeing it. Go ahead, Mark.
Are you guys still getting background noise? Because I just closed the actual YouTube one out.
It's not that bad, bro. It's not that bad. We're just gonna continue on with the show. It's not that bad. If it's that bad, I'll just mute you along the way until you get done. Until you get ready. Just mute. Just until you get ready to talk. Just mute your mute on your side till you get ready to talk. Whatever. But
yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments.
Okay, on the Navy Federal.
Correct.
Go ahead, bro. We're all ears.
Well, on the Navy Federal and the whole banking system, period.
Okay. You're a tax coach, right? I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna try to hold back so I don't get too deep down the rabbit hole here. But I've been studying the Federal Reserve and the tax code in this country since 1994. So,
wow.
So my statement about the Federal Credit Union. I'm not sure, and JT just did a live stream on this the other day. So there's a lot of factors that goes into that particular number that is not identified in that newscast. One of the things is, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but JT said that, or someone came on JT's show and said that Navy credit union doesn't offer FHA. So sometimes someone may come to the table trying to get a conventional loan and doesn't qualify, and they try to put them in an FHA loan. But however, if that institution doesn't offer that, then it's a done deal, right? So there's a lot of things that could lead into that number. Here's my point. um, when we talk about, black folks should lean towards banking black. That sounds discriminating to me, because the problem is this. Okay, instead of focusing on color of an individual or a particular culture, we should be fighting for equal opportunity across the board, no matter where we go.
Absolutely
Period.
not. Absolutely
Okay.
not. Absolutely not.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Because until we do that, we'll always have this hidden racism, or what some people may consider to be, because they didn't get what they thought they deserved, to be racism. So it shouldn't matter whether I went to Bank of America, Chase Bank, or a black bank. I should be able, based on my credit score, based on my income, based on my debt, I should be able to get the same loan, because the Federal Reserve is the one that controls the interest rates. Banks then tend to decide how much profit they want to take based on the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is the head of all banking systems, period. So the black bank doesn't control whether or not they want to give a black person a higher interest rate on a home loan, whether it's a home loan or a car loan, doesn't matter. But here's my point, okay? And I just posted this on Facebook. I am totally against home loans, period.
Why are you totally against home loans?
Because what most people don't realize, and it's gotten even worse after Donald Trump changed the tax laws in 2017.
Wait. If you will, Mark, before you go into that, I want Hot Sauce to be able to respond to what you said about.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Hot Sauce.
Okay, Freezy, can you please pull up the woman, the police officer that's apprehending a black man and got him over the car?
Sure, no problem.
This is what equality looks like. Now everybody's saying, Hot Sauce, what you talking about? We, black people, with our face on the hood of the car, is constantly fighting for equality. White people ain't trying to listen to that. Asian people ain't listening to that. It's about being the best, being at the top. So while we keep getting the message of equality, this is what's gonna happen to us, because nobody else trying to hear that shit. Nobody's trying to hear that shit. March on Washington, right? Fighting for equality. Look at this. Look. War is at your door, black people. Everybody's trying to fight for the number one spot. When you're the best, then your face ain't on the hood of a car. When you're the best, you got another person face on the hood of the car. Now, if it's wrong or right to do that, I don't know. But is it right for me not to be the one on the hood of the car? Correct. And we as black people need to understand that.
Seems
right?
like
is it wrong or right she's doing that? I don't know. But what's wrong is that a person that looks like me is on the hood of the car, and a person that doesn't look like me is doing that to someone that looks like me.
Got some laser in your back.
Fighting for equality looks like.
So that segues into my question then. Are black people still disenfranchised in America or not?
Of course. I mean,
we know they are. We know they are.
Yeah.
We're not arguing that. I'm not arguing that point. And to show this particular video right here, I just watched several excuse me. I just watched several YouTube videos over the last few hours of police chases, and I can tell you that I can show you a video of a white guy getting his head slammed into the ground by a white cop. That's not my point I'm making. That's not the point that I'm making when I say that if we're promoting black folks should primarily focus on spending their money at black banks. What I'm saying is the black bank isn't running the system. I don't care whether it's a black bank, white bank, Chinese bank, doesn't matter. The Bible says that my people perish from the lack of knowledge. It also says that the debtor will be slave to the lender. I don't care what colored bank it is. What I know to be true, and I can debate this with documentation, not conversation. What I know to be true is the average person that has a mortgage on their home. And I just did the numbers before I got on here about 20 minutes ago, and I couldn't get my camera turned around. Okay, even a homeowner with a 3% interest rate is paying about 60% per month in interest, even though they have a 3% annual interest rate. It's going to take them about 13 years of overpaying in interest that they currently, right now, after Donald Trump changed the laws, does not get the write-off on their taxes, but they think they are.
Oh, could you repeat that? Could you repeat that? You said with a 3% interest rate, they're still paying how much? What, a year or a month? What do you say?
About 60% of their payment is going to the bank in the form of interest. That's not property taxes. That's not insurance. That's not HOA fees. And 90% of Americans right now are not getting a tax deduction on the mortgage interest and property taxes that they're paying on their home, which means they're paying income taxes on that money that they're giving to the bank. So I don't give a hoot what color the bank is. The problem that we have in this country.
Go ahead, Mark.
The problem that we have in this country, again, not getting spiritual, has been laid down in the scriptures. My people perish from the lack of knowledge. The borrower will be slave to the lender, and a fool and his money will soon be parted. Those three verses right there is what the 99% of Americans are dealing with, because we have been totally bamboozled by the system. See, I don't have a problem with someone owning their home, but let's not mistake what owning means. Because I've owned two homes, and one of the things I was so blessed to learn when I got exposed to the IRS tax code, and then I got exposed to following the Federal Reserve System, and I understood in 1913 in this country that the enslavement system was put in place when the Second Amendment of the Constitution was put in place, that was already ruled by the United States Supreme Court to be unconstitutional. That is a federal tax on Americans' income. That this ain't a problem about black and white and brown and Asians and Chinese. No, this is a problem in this country between the haves and the have-nots.
Well,
and the haves.
Let me stop you right there, Mark. So you don't believe that in this country that there is a lopsided, that it's lopsided when it comes to black people getting home loans and white people getting home loans?
No, I do, but I think the argument that we're arguing about. So of course there's racism in this country. We know that it's always been racism. There was a time when certain areas in this country was redlined where black folks couldn't even purchase in that. Right, we already know that. That still exists today, right? Okay. You can hear it even to this day where someone try to either go to get a loan home, a black person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that person was denied the loan, and then they had a white person do it for them, and they got the loan with the same criteria. We know that racism exists in this country. We're not denying that. It's going to always exist in this country, right? Racism is going to exist in this country, and discrimination is going to exist in this country. Hold on, because I'm. Hold on. Hold on a minute,
I
guy.
want you to kind of land your
Go
plane.
Go ahead,
quickly.
Freezy.
I want you to land your plane quickly because I want to get other people in here too because we've kind of segued into this next subject as far as disenfranchisement, racism. Is it actually a true handicap for black people in 2023 going into 2024, or is it just still excuses at this point? We've already covered the Navy Federal Credit Union situation. We talked about that, right? And you're acknowledging that yes, there are disparaging situations between black and white folk in America still to this day. But is it still enough for black people to say, hey, we're at a disadvantage and this is why anecdotally, we can't come up?
No, I don't believe that. And when it comes back to Navy Federal again, there are a lot of, if you just go to YouTube and type in Navy Federal, what you're going to find is that Navy Federal has been very good to black folks. There's a lot.
Did I just hold on, Mark? Did I do that? I already had Freezy to do it.
Smitty was agreeing with you already before you finish your statement.
I had him to do it. He did exactly what you just asked him to do. I asked him to do it earlier in the show, and that's what I was telling him too. And I asked him, when you look at that, look at how many people and tell me what they were. They were like 99% of them were what? They were black folks. That was my point of telling you to look that up. And what did I tell you to look it up as? How to get a mortgage, how to get credit, how to get all these different things. And that was what I was saying, that when we talk about this whole thing of race, if I'm gonna fight for my people and we're gonna have a class action lawsuit, we gotta dot all our I's and cross all our T's, or I'm gonna be doing this for no reason at all. That was the reason why we said what we were saying.
Well,
so even though we understand that racism is there, this is the thing: racism is the hardest thing on earth to prove. We understand that. That was the reason why when I said, hey, think about this. What if we do? I understand why you can't have black banks marketing in the manner that other banks do, because it's going to come across as racial. It's going to come across as racial. You had people in the chat that said it, and you had my man Mark that he said the same thing that I was saying. That's why we losing that.
Let me read this comment. Let me read this comment right quick. 1 second. 2 Glock said it's the haves, have-nots, and the blacks. So no captivity. So what about this? So with Navy Federal, right? I'm pretty sure that there weren't black people turning away black people. There weren't black people that was working for Navy Federal that was turning away black people, right? I'm pretty sure that wasn't the case. And being confident moving on from that, isn't it a power issue as well? Aren't black people handicapped when it comes to power? Can't that catapult us into actually being as successful as we could be? Go ahead, chime in, guys.
But I think it's, and I looked at that article from the news station, which the news is all full of bunch of bullshit. Okay, I think it's unfair to draw a conclusion one way or the other based on that newscast, because we don't know the data. We don't know the context to why this percentage of black folks were denied these loans. And just jump in and say, "Oh, it was racist," I think is unfair. I think we actually lose the opportunity of educating
So
ourselves
what do you think the news
because
is doing? You think the news is race baiting or something? Or what do you think?
no, the news always do what they always do, and they always give you half of the story without any context to it. So again, until we find out that okay, this percentage of black folks who hasn't learned how to actually put the whole picture together. See, we think that having a 50 credit score is all we need. That's not true. You could have a 750 credit score and have 60% of your income going to debt and you're not getting a loan.
Did I
We
just
think
say
that credit
he said
we
exactly
think
what I
that credit
said.
score we've been taught that credit score is the number one thing we need. But if you earn $100,000 a year and your expenses, see, it's one thing to get pre-qualified, and then it's one thing to go through the whole loan process. And then all of a sudden they find out that you're paying $20,000 in child support and you're paying X amount of money over here. And then they realize that 70% of your income is already accounted for.
So wait, hold on, Mark. Are you so you're saying black people are known for living above their means, and that could be
absolutely
that could be a factor in why they're not getting these loans.
But guys, check it out. But in the report, they said the criteria for evaluation was very similar for black and white applicants. So
what does that mean?
That would mean what you just said as it relates to the credit to debt ratio and all this other stuff. That means the white people had the same issue. They still got the loan. So look, if you're telling me the criteria is the same for everybody or very similar, and I'm still not getting and I'm still denied, then there's got to be something else. Because you can't just put it on that. They made it very clear in the report it was a disproportionate number of approval versus black and white people, white applicants. And they said the criteria was similar. I'm going off of that. That means black and white people were really close or damn near right on the money. And I would almost go to say that the black people probably went in there knowing that they had their act together. So something else is actually at play. That's what you got to figure out. That's why I said we don't even know who broke the story and why. There's a discrepancy there that we don't know about. That's all it is.
Right. But what I do know is
and I'll say this last thing too. I suspect that the reason that they actually put this out is that somebody said, if you don't get on the news and actually give a story on this or some kind of summary, I'm going to tell what's going on. I'm going to threaten to actually leak this out and tell y'all what's really happening. So they got we got to get ahead of this.
Right, so I want to say something.
I think we're going to find it hard.
Hold on, Mark. Let me get hot sauce in there, and then I'm gonna let JT go, and then you can go, Mark. Go ahead.
No. You let my man go because I'm ready to move on. So you let them go.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on too. I'm ready to move on too. But it's just kind of sad, man. Like we want to give the white man the benefit of the doubt when we say, okay, well, we got to examine the ins and outs, which is fair. But then we turn right around and say, well, black people really live above their means, right? And nobody brings up the data on that. But I worked at Goldman Sachs. Blacks pay their debt faster and quicker than any other racial group. Right? And then we were talking about, okay, well, how loans are bad. Anyway, that's not the topic of conversation. Because when we talk about the scriptures, yes, you're absolutely right. When you owe somebody, you become a slave. The scriptures say that. But the scriptures also say that when it's your Hebrew brother, after 7 years, then he gets a jubilee. Only the goyim can stay in debt. So that's another reason why I should bank with my brother instead of a foreigner. And when we talk about power, gentlemen, when you have power, this happens less. When you have privilege,
I agree.
This happens less.
No captivity.
And money, you need money to do that. Because again, when I talk about banking black, I'm not making a trite argument of just home loans. I'm talking about being able to get access to capital. That is the argument. Because I kind of want to move away from the banking thing. The point is that we are the bottom of a financial caste system. A Sandy Darity, MIT professor, Brown graduate, one of the premier economists have laid out that America is a caste system. And we say it all the time, the haves and have-nots. And black men are the bottom of this caste system. That's why this is happening at a more frequent rate than anyone else. Now, we can make a red herring or a straw man argument. Well, we can see this of other races. That's not the argument. The argument is, why do we see this in disproportion to other races? Black men are 6% of the population in America. But we see this, we're more arrested, we're more accosted than any others. And when we're arrested, we're more harassed when arrested in handcuffs than any other race at 6%. It's power, gentlemen, and power comes with institutions. And I'm going to leave it there.
Well, I want to say this too. Go ahead, KFC, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that I don't think you can sum it up any better than that. And look, everybody else isn't really concerned about trying to be fair. And this is where I agree with Harsas. And him and I had conversations about this. Mm-hmm. My only thing is that we have to make sure we're not doing the wrong thing while we're actually trying to get out of essentially the hole that and I'll say it, America intentionally put us in. We didn't do this to ourselves. Now we can argue that there's some things that we could do individually to be better. We can make that point. But the black men being at the bottom is not by accident. It's by design. It's literally set up that way. It's supposed to be that way. And this guy on the hood of the car getting tased in the back, none of that is an accident.
And then I want to say this too, because Mark made a comment in comparison to this guy on the car. I don't know the specific event that he's talking about, but he did say he's seen something happen to a white guy pertaining to a police officer as well. One thing I've noticed about the nature of these atrocities that happen to black folk with police officers, it's a lot of times it's situations like these where the person is either defenseless or they've already been detained, or because I'm just be honest with you now. I'm just speaking for myself. I've never seen a white person actually in handcuffs and tased. Anyway, I mean, I just never seen a white person go through this. And then another thing is, we can chalk it up to the news sensationalizing racism, but why don't we see a lot of these unfair treatments happening to white people on the news? Why do situations like these always make headline news? I'm not saying that things don't happen to white people, but why do these stick out more than, I'm saying, what's going on? Where are these headline news about with white people, what's going on, whatever?
So there's some propaganda to this, by the way. The whole point is look, this is a reminder that we have the power, we have the control, and this is your position in America. Don't you forget that. That's really what this is. Now, understand that this gentleman here, he's cooperating. He's not a threat to this officer. He's handcuffed. He's actually doing what he's supposed to do. He's following instructions. She's just unnecessarily tasing him just because she can. That's it. And the only reason she knows, and the only reason she's doing it is that somewhere she knows that she's going to get top cover to actually be able to get away with that. And she's got and it's on film. So as far as she's concerned, she doesn't care that it's being filmed, that it's in direct full view and everybody sees it. She's probably not going to get punished. That's the only way. You got to believe that there's going to be nothing that comes out of that in order for you to get to that point. That's how George Floyd gets a knee to the neck for 15 minutes. You got to believe that no matter what I do, I'm not going to get punished. So there has to be something in place to actually support that. They know they can't do that to Asians. They know they can't do that to other white. They're not going to do it to somebody who looks like them, even if they're wrong. Do you know? And on top of that, have you seen the videos where white people are literally misbehaving. They're being uncooperative. They're resisting, and on top of that, they're even threatening the police officers. I just saw a video last week where a white man was tased. He was uncooperative at first. He was tased. The tase didn't work, and then when he removed the contacts, he actually chased the police officer around. The police officer pulled out his baton. He pulled out his baton. And he was hesitant to even hit the guy with the baton. And then the guy just, okay, well, you ain't going to hit me, so I'm just going to walk away, get back in my truck, and he drove off. That's literally what that guy did. He never even touched his weapon, didn't even think about it. So the officer was threatened. You could argue that at some point he might have been in danger. Not grave danger, but some level of danger. I'll just say moderate level of danger to being harmed in some way. But he did everything he could. He showed high-level weapons discipline, high-level procedural discipline. He did everything he could not to hurt that white man who was uncooperative, resistant, and threatening him. And then the guy actually got in his vehicle and drove off. They actually had to go chase this dude. That is not happening right here.
So Mark said that it's really not a race thing in America. It's a class thing, right? So does that mean? And I don't want
Freezy. Freezy. No.
Okay, I don't want to misquote you. No. I don't want to misquote you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No,
let's not bleed. Let's not bleed those two together. No, we definitely got a racism thing in America against black folks, and it's gonna be here forever.
You said something about the have and have nots. That's what you said. You said it's more of a have and have nots.
So I was referring to the banking institutions,
my bad.
Whether it be a black-owned bank or whether it be a white-owned bank. But no, we already know. I mean, come on. I mean, if you do a mass shooting, they're not going to take you to Burger King, right? We already.
Right.
When in the history of any country does someone commit a mass murder and the police take them to Burger King? Okay,
right.
We've seen that happen. So we already know. We know that there's discrimination against black folks. We already know that there's cultures that come into our neighborhoods and set up businesses and won't hire us. They'll hire, Hispanic people, which, that's their choice. Okay. And we're treated unfairly in America, period, even though we're the ones that built this country. But where do we go from here is my point. And I think not just for the black culture. Okay. I see discrimination. I see prejudice. And I see enslavement on a higher level, and that level is a lack of financial education on how this whole monopoly works in the first place. All we hear is inflation. And I'm gonna leave my comments here. We hear inflation. I think discrimination. I think prejudice is a distraction at this point, and we're fighting among the have-nots when the haves are controlling us. And so we hear inflation. I've been teaching about inflation in this country again since 1994. Here's the truth. Okay. We've all been manipulated. We're all being discriminated against, regardless of the color of our skin. There is no inflation. The inflation is the fact that we've been manipulated to focus on things that really don't matter, to keep us distracted. And until we actually say, you know what, if I want to bank black, fine. Okay, if I want to, spend my money in the black community, which we should, because every other culture has a community in this country except us. I agree with it, without a shadow of a doubt. But we gotta know when we're actually fighting something that's against us. And to me, this Navy Federal newscast was a distraction, because there are hundreds, if not thousands, of black folks on YouTube that is telling you how to go scam Navy Federal. Maybe that's the problem.
Oh wow.
Oh, are you kidding me?
I didn't know that.
Are you kidding me? I'm talking about J. Go back and go look at JT. What's his podcast? You know his podcast.
What we know.
Black folks has misused Navy Federal to the utmost and did it and have done it publicly. Okay, on how to go scam.
What do you mean? Because I don't want to throw out accusation. Can you kind of be more specific as far as like?
Just earn your leisure. Everybody knew what earn your leisure is.
Oh yeah. 19 keys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on. Okay, telling them how to go and lie to Navy Federal that you have a family member that was in the military, which is disgusting within itself. Okay, when you didn't. Okay, to get a credit card or to go and get it and get a car loan that you have no intent to purchase a car, and then to tell them that this car is coming. I mean, what JT showed last night is the most disgusting thing and ignorant thing that I've ever seen. And these folks put this stuff on national YouTube. I mean, it's how to go scam Navy Federal. Navy Federal has been under attack, and 99% of the people doing the scams are black folks. That's a fact. That's documentation. That's on the internet. Go to YouTube and Google it, and all you'll see is black folks telling you how to go scam Navy Federal. So maybe that's a reason. We don't know the context as to why these folks are not getting these loans.
Does anybody have a response to what Mark just said as far as that could possibly be to why Navy Federal became a deterrent with black people?
I mean, Oh, go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, it's got again. That could be a factor. That's one thing. Again, it was something that we don't know because all I'm going is off the report. They said black and white applicants were similar, but what Mark just said might be a factor. The other thing too is I'm looking at the banks. I mean, you're the bank. You're the bigger guy. You're the one with the money and all the other stuff and the criteria and the requirements. I'm not sure how anybody can really. I guess people are scamming them anyway, but that's part of that is their due diligence. I'm not really. They're the bank. I'll leave it at that.
I just want to say something really quick, and I'll leave it here. And see, this is the thing that kind of confuses me about black people sometimes, and yeah, it just confuses me sometimes because when we talk about discrimination in the financial industry and how financial instruments are designed to discriminate against us, we have World War II. So from World War II to now, right? So we have over 80 years of documentation proven of discrimination against black people. So how in the world do we still land up here talking about, well, at the end of the day, somehow it's black people's fault? Because on YouTube, there are a few people that's teaching you how to scam against them. So that says two things. That says that black people are innately criminal, right? And that majority of people that are applying for loans that are black are scamming people. Despite the proven factual history of being discriminated and shut out of financial instruments to get you to the middle class. And that's why I don't understand for the life of me how we can have this conversation without not recognizing the historical documentation. Yale, Harvard, Wharton, Penn all will agree with me when they're saying that historically the financial industry has systematically shut black people out of wealth creation. And on top of that, wealth as America describes it is in home ownership. Now, whether it's wrong or right, that's not the point. How it is crafted in how it is crafted today, home ownership is considered a part of wealth building. Now, whether it's right or wrong is irrelevant.
because the relevant point is that if you have a system or a country or an industry that has consistently been systemically racist against you and shut you out, how in the world do we end up talking about black people are somehow scamming the system, and that's why we landed here? Now, that's just my comment. You want to respond to it, you can. It doesn't require it. I'm just saying, basically, I am confused as hell. That's what I'm saying. I'm confused as hell.
Go ahead,
And I land my
Smitty.
plane.
Go ahead, Smitty.
I'm gonna ask the same question. I hear all that, right? As black people, we know we going against the machine is this ulterior motive. So what are we gonna do as a whole? Because we can talk about it all day.
I told you, black banks. I told you. Y'all sitting here like I haven't said it the whole fucking show. Excuse me. Y'all talking like I haven't said it the whole show.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, so this is the thing also, because damn, this is a hot topic. And Freezy, if you need my help, brother, we definitely, probably your channel and my channel too, we need to really talk about banking, black banking, federal banking, community banks, all these different things. We definitely need to bring this back and make this here, because I thought we was gonna move forward, but look, this shit is hot. It's a hot topic, man, for real. Let me say something about this. This is the craziest thing about black banking. When it comes down to black banking, we already know that there's shit when it comes down to them marketing to black people, right? Number two, it is racial. It is a racial thing. Number three, do you know what black banking actually is? I don't live in Detroit, but I was born and raised in Detroit, and I stay right down the street from Detroit. Guess what it is? It's the goddamn markets where they charge you a astronomical amount of money to cash your checks. It's also payday loans. Check and go is black banking. That's what black banking is right now.
By Jews. That is owned by the Jews. That is
Listen
owned
what
by
I'm
the Jews.
No, I understand what you're saying. But again, a man already gave a parable from the Bible. And he was talking about the lack of understanding and the lack of having knowledge, right? You go to hell when you do that. What I'm telling you, the reality is black banking is everything other than putting your money in black banks. They're not doing it. They're putting their money under the goddamn mattress. They're taking their money and they're spending 335% for a goddamn payday loan. Check and go is black banking. What we're saying is this. We have to, if we want to go out and be a community of black folks in America and be strong, first thing we have to do is stop doing the things that we were conditioned to do. That's the number one thing. It made me think when I'm sitting here having these conversations, and I have a man. What's your name in the blue? I don't see your name, man, with the blue shirt on. When Kev was talking about it, when I got out the military, man, I was kind of like 1%er. I felt like a 1%er. I had over 20-something jobs waiting for me. I had a lot of things that was going. I was beating people out in interviews for the simple fact that they could not pass a damn drug test. So I'm understanding in it, and now that I'm listening, I'm like, listen, if we have enough of us to sit back and start having these conversations, first and foremost, finances. How do we get our finances on point? How do we do it? I'm right down the street from where I was born and raised at. And I'm telling you right now, there's no black banks that's there. There's check and go, and there's the supermarket. That's what we have there. Do you know how many people don't even have bank accounts? Black folks that don't have bank accounts. And we talking about people that make a lot of money. Let me tell you another thing that's real big. A lot of people don't even cook. They don't even just go to fast food restaurants anymore. You know what they're doing now? They're ordering fast food restaurants. We're talking about something that would cost you probably about $10. Now it costs you $30 to get food. This is black banking. So when we're talking about this whole empowerment thing with black folks, first and foremost, we got to stop doing the things that got us to where we're at. We got to get these conversations to move forward. We can't stay in 1980. We can't stay in 1999. We got to move forward, and we got to stop doing the things that we're doing. We can't blame doggone federal credit where we got people that's actually out there on doggone YouTube that is telling people how to scam, how to lie, how to do all these different things. One of the things that I do pay attention to now is the younger generation. And they have no problem with telling you that they will respect a scammer more than they would respect a 9-to-5er. Someone that's making $35,000, $40,000, they don't respect them. They want somebody to make $100,000. We already understand the stats on that. How many people that makes over $100,000 or $100,000? We already understand that. As black folks, we'll tell you right now, black men statistically, we don't make no more than $45,000 as a whole. As a whole. So how do we take our money and make it work for us, right? This is the conversation we need to have.
Actually, what you're going into right now, JT, it kind of bleeds into a lot of these manosphere conversations when we talk about black households and when the women complain that, hey, black men can't even pay 100% of the bills and all that kind of stuff, right? They're insinuating that we're on the bottom of the totem pole, black men aren't leaders. Does that have anything to do with our leadership? What you're saying right now, does that bleed into leadership?
Please let me answer that.
I'm gonna let you answer, but since JT actually he opened the door on that. Okay. Since he opened the door on that one, I want him to chime in, and then you can come after JT.
So as black men, let me tell you something. Again, when I look at it anecdotally, I actually see black men and black families that are thriving, right? They got problems just like anybody else got problems. They break up, get back together, all these things. But I don't see these men making $1 million fucking dollars, $100,000. I see guys doing very well making $50,000. I see them going on trips. I see them having mortgages. I see them doing things, and they got their school. They paying for their kids. If their kids want to go to a private school, they're paying for their kids to go to private school at $50,000. At $50,000. You know why? Because it's not just $50,000. Their wife is working. Guess what she's doing too? She's making about $45,000, $50,000 also, $30,000. They're putting their money and they're making it work for them. They're not living above their means. Somebody said it earlier in the show. A lot of black folks, they live above their means. So at the end of the day, when we want to put racism at the forefront, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice. If that's the case, then we have the means to fight this. Just like what we were just talking about with these institutions. If they're being racist, guess what we're going to end up doing? We got to fight the racism. The same thing that's going on with this young man right here that's being tased by this white cop, right? Female cop. On top of that, there's a couple of things that they're showing, the visuals that they're showing. Where is he at right now? Where was the last person that got their ass whooped by a cop? Where's the family at that got their family member killed by the cops? Where is the lawyer that's about here that's saying, listen, this shit ain't gonna happen no more. We're gonna be on y'all fucking head. Where they at? Where they at? We need these folks to come here. This is what we're talking about. If my brother was killed by a cop unjustly and he was on camera like that, y'all gonna hear from me, my family, lawyers, everybody. And we ain't marching. We gonna be in them courts. We gonna be having all kind of lawyers taking this shit on. You know how many people that would do this shit, man, when they care about it, doing it pro bono because they want a difference? They want to make a difference? This is the thing that we're talking about. And I'm going to end it like this. Until we stop being scared of having power, we're going to stay right where we at. We have power. We just ain't using it. And I end that.
Go ahead, hot sauce, and then I'm gonna read a comment too, and I want to play. I also want to play some of Kanye West's latest rant.
We can move forward. We can move. I'll save it for my final comments. Move forward. Let's move forward.
Okay, but I don't know if we're gonna move forward just yet because I did want to read this comment. 2 Glock.
Okay. Then I'll say my.
Shit hot, boy. It's hot. It's
hot. Because this is a great comment by 2 Glock. Go ahead.
You know what? Because the gloves got to come off. Because as much
take
as
the
I
gloves off,
appreciate
take the gloves off.
No captivity. I respect you, but I feel as though that you're letting the propaganda seep in to certain things. So first of all, I want to make this clear: racism and prejudice is perfectly normal. Everybody practices it. Tribalism is perfectly normal, right? It's about maintaining the longevity and continuation of your species, of your bloodline. The problem with racism is that black people don't practice it. If we practice it, we will be in a better situation. Now, moving on, when we talk about the middle class and stuff like that, JT is right. Because when you look at the American census, it says average household income. Average household income, meaning everybody income combined, right? Now, the top 20% of the average home income is 80%. Black men are the fastest growing middle class, which is 55K, right? The top 20 percentile is 80K or higher. So a black man marrying a woman who makes 30K and he's at 50K, you're not in the top 20 percentile of American household, right? At 80K. So this whole 100K or you broke is absolutely nonsense. You can do amazing things when you have someone that's willing to work with you. And if she makes 50K, now you're at 100K. Right now you're at the top 15 percentile of American household incomes. Right? Now, yes, are there some of us that makes 100K or more? Absolutely. But we're talking about the growing middle class. The point is that when we talk about leadership and we talk about whether or not we're leading correctly, the black man in America is probably the most benevolent leader, probably one of the best leaders that America has ever seen. But it's because everyone is practicing racism and the black man refuses to practice racism, nobody can see it. And even amongst our women, right now, it's the racial dominance. It's a book out, it's $100 or whatever, that talks about racial hypergamy. And pretty much when we're talking about the sisters and why we can't get appreciations, because at the end of the day, most black women are always going to think the white man ice is colder. It doesn't matter what you do. So we don't even need to talk about them or even care about their leadership, because at the end of the day, they're all be about white man ice is colder. And I'm no matter how much money I make, no matter how much fame I get, I can't be white. So who cares about them? They don't even matter in this conversation. But the point I'm trying to make, gentlemen, is this: when it comes down to it, we need to start getting more power as in institutional power. Because institutional power prevents us from getting beat up by female cops.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I will say this. I will say this as far as racism goes, right? I do believe that a certain level of racism can promote a healthy economic psychology with black people. Like you do have to practice a certain level of racism in order to have this mentality. Hey, I'm gonna spend with this guy down the street. One of my brothers that just opened up this corner store or this grocery store over here or something like that. It's a certain pride that other races do have. We got Little China. Even in my area, there's a street just full of Mexican businesses, and all they do is shop with, like, they don't go to Walmart. The Mexicans where I stay at, they go to the Mexican grocery store. They don't go to Walmart. They go, and I'm gonna tell you something. I go to the Mexican grocery store.
No captivity.
It be packed. It be packed over there, and it's like, I do think that when we talk about racism, I don't think it's all negative. If you use it, if you use it correctly, go ahead.
Correct. Yeah. And hot sauce is right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This last point, real quick.
Go ahead, hot sauce.
And when we have, let me use another word. Let me use another word that's more palatable. Racial fidelity. When we have racial fidelity, even the things that we have issues with, they go away. For example, black supermarkets. We know where we get black men and black women have a higher propensity of hypertension, higher propensity of diabetes, sickle cell anemia, whatever. Why don't we have our own supermarkets that tend to our needs, right? Because when you have that, those health issues goes away because we make it so we know what we like to eat and we know what our issues are, so we know what ingredients can go in, what can't go in, right? But having racial fidelity and shopping at black supermarkets that tends to our needs keeps us healthy. And I'll leave it there.
Let me read this comment by Two Glock Hot. Shout out to Two Glock Hot.
No captivity.
Two Glock Hot said, what does that have to do with people who are trying to do the right thing by purchasing a home? What does negative black stigmas have to do with those people? Anybody want to answer that? I think that was towards Mark.
Fraud. Yeah.
I think you want to answer that, Mark?
I think that has to do with the comment about. So my comment was specifically about Navy Federal, which I've been aware of for well over a year now, and the interaction with African Americans being able to get extended credit from Navy Federal. And because I know about that, and I'm very diverse in that information, it's very hard for me to believe that they're willing to give black folks their money on one side of the table, but they're not willing to give it to them on the other side of the table. So I believe that newscast left out the context of that information, which has us on this conversation in the first place, which again, to me, is a distraction. I want to elaborate on some of the comments that were just made just now, because I want to make it perfectly clear. I know that racism exists in America, and it will always be part of the fabric of America, period. The problem, in my opinion, with black folks is not so much that we are living above our means. We're not educated on what to do with money, so we spend it. So as fast as it comes in from the plantation owner, as fast as we give it back. And we don't have a culture. And me and my wife talk about this a lot. You know, when we talk about the Hispanics, you just said it. They got a whole community, so on stores, a whole everything. They have an entire culture, right? The Chinese, they have a culture. The Asians, they have a culture. Everybody has, every other nationality has a culture in America except black folks. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, and this might ruffle some feathers. Okay. I grew up in South Central Los Angeles here in California. Okay. I grew up in the hood of the hood. Okay. I grew up where helicopters flying over your house was normal. Gunshots was a normal part of the day. And I can tell you right now, I am more fearful going into the hood than I've ever been going into any white neighborhood. And I've been in multi-billionaire neighborhoods, multi-millionaire neighborhoods in the hood. And until black folks stop trying to take from poor black folks, we're going to have this conversation 100 years from now.
I agree with that. I agree.
That comment said no, it was towards JT. So I'm gonna let JT get in there too before we look at the video. Go ahead, JT.
So he was saying,
I'll read it again if you need me to.
Yeah, read it again.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that. Okay. So it says, what does that have to do with people who are trying to do the right thing by purchasing a home? What does negative black stigmas have to do with those people? That's what he's asking.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just knowledge, man. It's not. I'm not holding those folks in contempt. So don't think that I'm holding them in contempt, but I'm just pointing out what I see is the problem. This is the craziest thing. I'm not pointing it out as if I'm excluded from it. I just learned. You know what I'm saying? I just learned a whole lot. I got family members that have made a lot of financial mistakes, and they were trying to do the same thing. So this is not me holding them in contempt. This is just me just pointing out what it is that they're doing. And a lot of times when we're not being conscious of what we're doing and we don't think that it's hurting our community, whether it's in my thing going, the way I look at community is the people that's closest to me, the people that I do banking with, the people that I'm actually learning from and teaching simultaneously with that. That's my community, right? Mm-hmm. That's why it gets to a point where when I'm looking at a lot of these things that's happening, I'm looking at them anecdotally, but I'm also looking at that they could have done a lot better. One of my problems that I have was that you have, actually this was based off of the conversation that I was having with, that we were having with Hot Sauce. My whole thing was that there's not a black bank. You can't just see a black bank. It's not, you can't see them, but you can see a check and go on every goddamn main station, on every main street. You can see a check and go. You can see all these different ones that's playing you, and you know that they're playing you. My whole thing is that if black banking, that was my whole thing, my whole premise when I was talking to Hot Sauce before, when it came down to, okay, what incentives do we get? Financial incentives do we get when it comes down to just banking with black banks? And that was what my premise was. Now, what I'm saying is that I'm gonna do my own homework. I'm gonna do my homework because I've been hearing people talk about this all damn day. I'm gonna do my homework when it comes down to even Navy Federal. I'm gonna do my homework when it comes down to banks versus credit unions, right? What type of banks to choose? What type of banks not to choose?
You can have more than one bank. You can put a little bit in a black bank and keep your other money in another bank. You can have more than one bank.
I got six banks, bro, that I work out of, and they all serve a different purpose, right? So what I'm saying is that if we're gonna look at it as, if we're gonna put this racial thing in there, I want to be able to be. I don't want to be a person that would sit back and say it's not about racism, and I definitely don't want to be a person to say it is about racism. I want to be able to say this is what I see. And then we can move from there. My whole thing is this. We got to arm ourselves. I think everybody agreed on that shit. We have to arm ourselves with knowledge, man. Especially when it comes down to this financial thing, because the biggest racism that's out there is systemic racism, and it all comes down to what? This thing we call money, this lifeline, this bloodline of surviving, a bio-survival ticket, right? That's what it's basically about. And it's about us being able to sustain a life where we can transfer it down to the next one. To our kids and then our grandkids and all these different things. That's what it's all about. If we talking about racism and we ain't doing shit about it, fuck all that. It's just like somebody sitting back and telling me somebody bust them in the mouth. And I don't understand why they got busted in the mouth, because I'm about to go over here and just start handling my business. That ain't way we got to do it no more. We got power. You get these lawyers out here, and I don't give a damn if they black, white, Jewish, whatever it is. You get these lawyers out here, and they see what you're doing. I'm telling you right now, you got the power. If you talking about a bank, especially a bank like Navy Federal, or what was the one they had a big ass lawsuit with? It was a bank. It was an actual what was it? Bank of America, right? They had a class action lawsuit against them, and they settled. These cats settled out of court. That means that you got power. That means that you have power. And let me tell you something else. If you think that it's just going to be black folks that's going to fight for you, that's where you're going to lose at. We can't keep want to be included and then exclude everybody around us. We are Americans. I don't give a damn what anybody say. We're Americans black, we're Americans white, we're Americans Hispanic, no matter what the fuck it is. When you have a cause, you're going to have more than just that racial premise that's going to fight for it.
Okay.
I think that we should be at that it should be the citizens versus the governments, any type of government, whether it's federal, whether it's banks, or whatever it is. If we feel that we're doing wrong, I'm telling you right now, we have to be more of a union to fight against it. You ain't gonna just have a bunch of black folks that's gonna sit back and say racism and they're gonna holler racism, and then you just gonna have black folks to fight against it and the shit just gonna go away. That's not how this shit work. You're gonna have Americans that's gonna say wrong is wrong, and we're gonna fight against it. You're gonna have all kind of people that's gonna be out there that's gonna fight for your cause. You ain't gonna just have no damn black folks that's just gonna do it.
Okay, so I'm gonna tie in everything what we've been talking about with this video with Kanye West, because I got one last question I'm gonna ask everybody on the show. So let's just tune in and listen to Kanye West. I'm not gonna play the whole video because he went on like a 15-minute rant, but I'm gonna play some of the video and then I'm gonna ask some questions and we can chime in. All right, here we go.
Fucking around with our contracts. Ari Emanuel, your brother fucked up my city. Your brother turned Obama hair white. Rahm Emanuel, y'all don't do y'all facts. All y'all niggas want to talk about entertainment. Let me tell you, anybody ever talk to my red hat? Y'all put me in a fucking hospital. Fucking Chinese water torture. Oh, million questions. Everybody around me telling me I can't wear. Nigga, you can't tell me the color of my hat. Y'all can't tell me shit, nigga. No, none of y'all motherfuckers here with no Instagram, nobody living, nobody at, and I don't want to hear shit from none of these Jewish niggas talking about, oh, he's in an episode. Harley Pastor, follow me to the fucking hotel. The nigga killed Aaron Carter, and now they acting like they won't play the Backstreet Boys sample. You get what I'm saying? Harley Pasternak. They cut off the fucking Adidas contract. They did all the shit. Then they want to. They sabotaged the show today. They sabotaged the Instagram. They cut off the fucking Adidas contract. They did all the shit. Then they want to go get Light Skin Ye. You gotta understand. That's Jerry. His real name is Light Skin Ye, bro. Deadass, he told me that was his name. It was Light Skin Ye. They want the light skin version. They want a George Floyd. They want a Virgil. Then don't let me speak at the funeral. I saw 2, 3, 4, 5 white people not let me speak at funeral. None of y'all niggas and Drake, nigga. Hey, hold on. Be quiet while I'm talking, baby. Drake, I love you. I'm gonna get the tattoo. But any of y'all niggas, Trav, Drake, whoever, y'all gotta show up. And don't tell me I'm talking crazy. Y'all nigga, I motherfucking Pharrell and me. Hey, come on. Me, Pharrell, we broke down this door. We all in this shit together. We all in this shit together. We all dealing with a lot of. And what I'm telling you, a lot of people had shit to say about my Jewish comments, but ain't nobody in this motherfucking room, and none of y'all entertaining niggas ever said nothing when I was praying to see my kids one of the last days, I ain't stolen from it. It's pyramids, nigga. Shit to say. Y'all niggas saw this shit. Don't tell me about my fucking political opinion. I made more money to show you that money ain't nothing. It's our money, nigga. It's our country, nigga. It's I ain't stolen from it. It's pyramids, nigga. It's pyramids in St. Louis, nigga, Missouri. They stole it. All this shit. America just the latest bitch that been ran through so many times. The Greeks hit her. Mansa Musa hit her. We had her. The Indians and shit. The motherfucking pilgrims. It's the Jewish niggas. They dress the same, nigga. It's the same shit. That's the story. They put us in the school. The Rothschilds. I know Jay-Z back here like, oh, this nigga gonna die now. I've been here for a year, my nigga. Yeah. They can't fucking touch me. Why? Because God covered me. He covered me. And guess what, Trump? We ain't getting your support unless you get Larry out. Unless you get Jeff out. You understand what I'm saying? Because y'all niggas, y'all politicians think y'all y'all gonna just get our shit for free. Oh, all of a sudden, nigga, because you got a mugshot, you with us now? No.
So that's all I'm gonna play from his rant. He went on for a while, but he said a lot in those little 2 minutes that I just played. This is what I want to ask you guys. So we talked about Black empowerment. We've talked about getting our shit together in general, right? Now here we go. Here's a guy that actually he breached into a whole nother insane tax bracket. We say we need to pool our money together, but when we get an opportunity to reach a level like Kanye West did and other black entertainers or business people, we forget the collectivism that we was just discussing. I mean, these guys are touching hundreds of millions of dollars. These guys got access to hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, this man just got dropped from Adidas, but when he was with Adidas, he was considered a billionaire. This is the question I'm asking. We talk about black folk, average working black folk that's not spending money with each other. We talking about, you know, guys on our level, right? But it just seems that even when we get real money that can actually make some noise, they still ain't fucking with each other.
No captivity.
The point that what I'm trying to point out is that, do you guys think it's actually a deep-rooted psychology with black people? And should we attest a lot of this to slavery? Because a lot of people say, hey, slavery is over with. We ain't living back then. You ain't never had to go. But here we are. This man talking, he beefing with Jay-Z. Dame Dash fell out. Jay-Z and Dame Dash fell out with each other. It's you don't see, and then you got all these millionaires that play for the NBA, NFL. They can do damage with their finances. But instead, they're shucking and jiving on that level as well.
No captivity.
So I need somebody to explain to me, yeah, we might be, Mark, just like Mark said earlier, and I agree with him. There are average black people living above their means. But a guy like Kanye West cannot live above his means because he's rich as hell. What is the problem even on that level with black folk? That's my question.
So one of the things I would say to that is that, you know, it would be nice if celebrities actually helped out and politicians did what they're supposed to do. But the problem is that we can't count on celebrities. Everything, any change that's going to come from black people and anything that's good is going to actually start
hold on,
at the
KLC.
grassroots
Hold on, KLC.
No captivity.
Why can't we count on black celebrities? Why can't we?
Well, I'll tell you. Well, look, I don't understand the industry, the business, Hollywood, and all this other stuff, but they're linked into people that we don't know about. But he just went on a 2-minute rant, right? And I was looking at the video and I was like, well, doggone. He jumped around, and I know that stuff that he knows that we don't know. That's why he's talking that way, which means there's things going on behind the scenes that we have no clue about. You know, he threw in there that, you know, they took out Aaron Carter, right? Okay, so there's something to that. Right. And then he said, you know, that there might be, he said something about they might be coming after me. Look, there's things that go on at that level when that kind of money is involved that we have no clue about. We have no idea about
your goal,
at the layman's level.
KLC, are you trying to be? I don't know your financial level, but if are you trying to reach better tax brackets?
Yeah, absolutely.
Every day you wake
up.
Yeah,
absolutely. As a matter of fact, I was listening to what Hot just said.
The higher you go, you're going to go through doors and you're going to have a different networking circle. Yeah. Are we going to continue once we go up? We're marching up, but once we get up there, we start tiptoeing. Is that how it's going to always go?
It looks that way with black celebrities and black and black entrepreneurs. I mean, we have Robert Smith. He paid off everybody's loan. He did that speaking engagement at Morehouse. He paid off everybody's student loan, but then again he started talking about reparations. Next thing you know, he's under investigation. There's things that go on at that level that we have no idea about. That's all I'm saying. I would suspect and actually like to see more of the change at the grassroots level because we can affect that level. I don't even want to try to get into what Kanye's doing, and he's somebody I like him. I like what he's doing. I'm glad that he's got some level of success, but he's also somebody we can't count on. Same thing with the celebrity athletes, the millionaires, and business people, and all that other stuff. We just can't count on them because if we could, then they'd already be doing something, and they're not. Yep. They've never been able to do anything, and I suspect it's because they're linked into all of this. If they do something that's supposed to benefit black people in a positive way, then they probably go away. That they'll let them do charity stuff. They'll let them kind of give some money here and there. But as far as making major changes and doing something to actually empower black people based with that celebrity money and status and all that other stuff, they're linked into some other system that we really don't know about and don't even completely understand.
But before JT goes, I want to ask you the question of the night. Is Kanye West a victim, or does he have a victim mindset right here?
For me, Kanye West is not really a good example. Only because, just all the stuff I just said, I can't use him. Only because he's linked to the people we have no idea about, and he's doing some stuff that doesn't make sense to me down at my level. It just everything he does not make sense to me. So I look at him as somebody that I just can't count on. And is he a victim? He's coming off that way. But when you look at it from the outside and you start talking about his millions, his millions and billions, if that's what he has, then he wouldn't be. He wouldn't be, right. And that's because basically, if we're black, right? So we're gonna be empathetic to him. But somebody who's not black, they're like, he's just complaining. You guys are just complaining. And matter of fact, so there's all black men on this panel, right? But when I have these conversations with non-black people, everything about them talks about, oh, here we go. It's the Negroes again, those awful Negroes. They're complaining again. They're talking about racism. They're talking about this. They're talking about that.
No
then they all, you know what they always circle back to? I'm going to tell you what they always circle back to, which is actually what I agree with. Personal accountability and responsibility, stuff that we could be doing at our level, things that we should be doing right on our own. Like we spent the last hour and a half talking about it, and I agree with you gentlemen on that. But then the other part of it too is there's the systemic issues that are actually exerted against black people that nobody wants to talk about, that we understand it. You guys actually said there's racism, there's systemic racism. That stuff is there. It's not going to go away. But everybody else doesn't see that. They just go, and I think the title of your thing is, are we victims or something like that?
Yeah.
So yeah, they just start saying all that victim nonsense. I don't even like talking to them about it because if you're not black, then it's easier for you to deny it because it doesn't affect you. They're not the ones being slammed on hoods of the cars and getting tased in the back. That's not happening to them. As far as they're concerned, y'all are just complaining. It's just a bunch of black people complaining. So that's what Kanye looks like he's a complainer and he's being a victim when they're looking at him like, well, shoot, I don't have your billions, I don't have your influence. But again, he's tied to a system that I don't know anything about. So I can't count on him to do anything to help the community. That's all I'm saying. I'll stop right there.
I appreciate your point of view, KFC. Now I want to say this going forward. No matter how polarizing you guys' views are, I want you to express yourself no matter what the differences is. Even if one is north and one is south, I don't care. Okay, this is really not for us, it's just for the viewers. JT was next. Go ahead, JT.
So yeah, I've watched this video numerous times today because I was going to do a show on it. And because I just wanted to get some understanding of what his rant was all about, and what I gathered in his rant was that I have nothing to do with that man's gripes.
No
goes right back to
captivity.
what my man was saying. It goes right back to what he was saying. I have nothing to do with his gripes. Now I did understand him. I did understand what he was talking about. However, if you look at him, he's surrounded by people that is what? not his people. And he got black people, he got Hispanics, he got white people, he got all these damn people that's there. What it goes down to is what I don't know. Is his name Mark?
Yeah, Mark.
The tax.
Yeah.
It goes back to what he was just saying. Have and have nots. As much as this man has when it comes down to money and finances and you know, all the things that he was fighting to get. Now that he has it, now where is that? He plateaued in life. He just plateaued in life. Now he's surrounded by people that he can't even trust. It could be some genuine people around him. It could be some people that's just trying to be around him. It does seem like he's around a bunch of
yes men. I ain't gonna lie, yeah.
It could be that, but then it could be some genuine people. The point is that he don't know because he's surrounded himself around people that's with him. He has too much. It's have and have nots. What he don't have anymore is what? His mother. He don't have his father. So he's trying to latch on to his daughter. He don't have a wife. Or do he have a wife? He has a woman that he calls a wife. But this man, in my take on him, he's lacking so many things in life because he traded it off so he can be rich and famous. I can't agree. I can't not agree, but I can't identify with him. Even though he's a black man, I can identify with that man. Let me tell you one thing, and let me ask a question. Have you ever seen someone that was on their deathbed? Have you seen a multitude of people that was on their deathbed and how they prepared for their people to be okay with them dying? Have you ever heard somebody that had a date? They had a date. They knew around about the time that they was going to die. And if you looked at them and you seen how they reacted. Now, I've seen two different types. I've seen someone panic, cry, and be emotionally distraught. But I've also seen someone that sit back and said, hey, let me sit down with you. Let me let you know I've only had a couple of years or a couple of months and I'm going to be gone. These are the things I need you to do for me. Here's my will. Here's my insurance, because I don't want you guys to be running around, trying to get me buried and things like that. I have these things and I need you to know because I entrust in you. The reason why I'm saying this is that, do you have a Kanye West that's going to be doing that with his daughter or his kids, right? Is he going to be afforded that? Do he actually look at this world as, hey, I got a little time on this earth. Let me finish doing what I need to do and complete my mission so I can make sure the ones that come after me are going to be okay? Or is he going to be sitting back talking about how many millions and billions he have and all the bullshit that he's talking about? Because all that shit he talking about right now is bullshit. You know why? Because he's doing it by himself. He's doing it by himself. You can't win shit doing anything by your fucking self.
That's why I asked the question. Like, is it a mental thing? Is it a psychological thing with black folks specifically? Because this guy,
people.
This the thing though. This the thing though. He's complaining about the small hats and how they're in control of everything. It seems like they got their shit together. But when black folks get an opportunity to reach a certain tax bracket like this guy was considered a billionaire at one time, and we still can't come together and form a powerful conglomerate even on that level. That's why I asked, is it a mentality even going up the ladder? Do we still keep that mentality?
But I think it's people. Let me put a little bit out here. Where I work at, we deal with benefits. Right, we deal with people getting benefits and stuff like that, and specifically veterans. One of the things that I've seen when I see these folks out here trying to get certain benefits, they're frustrated, right, because of the things they got to go through to get these benefits. Do you know the ones that's doing the most bitching and complaining?
Who's that?
They're white people. They're white old people. They're bitching and complaining. And this is people that have been working all their life, working in the plant, working. They got pensions and all these different things from other places, right? They got 401ks, all kind of shit that's going on. These motherfuckers come in and they will be bitching about a $30 goddamn voucher that was not given to them, a $3 travel voucher for something that they were supposed to get. They get paid. Do you understand the veterans get paid to go to the veteran hospital to get checked out and all these different things? It's not a whole lot of money, but let me tell you what happens. When they don't get their check, a $3 fucking check, they would threaten us to shoot us over that type of shit. These are old white people. Let me tell you another thing. When it comes down to getting your veterans benefits, guess who the ones that actually know how to get your veteran benefits? Black folks. They're the ones that's sitting back and telling people, this is how you get your benefits. This is what you're supposed to do. When we're talking about this racial thing, man, I'm telling you, it's something that's more, I don't think that, in my own opinion, I don't think that's on the forefront. I think have and have-nots are. And what I mean by have and have-nots, it also goes down to the knowledge. The ones that have the knowledge and the ones that don't have the knowledge. If we get all that other bullshit out, we won't be looking like goddamn Kanye West, a billionaire. Damn near. I don't give a damn if he's not a 1 billionaire and if he's a 900 millionaire. This man has more money than he can ever have dreamed to having. And he's still out here complaining.
That's a fact.
No captivity.
The have and the have-nots has everything to do with navigating and having the knowledge in this shit that we call America and the world. That's what it has something to do with. If you ain't got the knowledge, you're going to keep doing, you're going to be looking like goddamn Kanye West. When you got the knowledge, you just going to go and you going to do your thug thizzle, dog. That's just what it comes down to. And I end it there.
Hot sauce, man. JT, that was awesome, man. Appreciate that.
No captivity.
Hot sauce, I want you to chime in on this, man. Hot sauce, are you there? Yeah. So we talked about black folk on average level, right? But it just seems like even when we reach this type of tax bracket, we still have difficulties working together and joining forces collectively in order to do something special. To raise the power structure. Here it is. Kanye West is still complaining that he ain't got this. To me, he sound like a dude that's got Section 8 right now. Why do we still keep that mentality even even having hundreds of millions of dollars? What's wrong with black folk?
Your personality is who you are when you're 12 years old. That's who you are. That shit doesn't change regardless of how much money you have, right? You can take the dude out of the ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out of the dude. It's just what Kevin T said is correct. Also, we are the problem. We're
You
looking
said
at
who?
the wrong
Kevin C? What Kevin C said?
Yeah, because when we're looking at like group economics, getting us out of hole, you don't look at a person like Kanye West. You look for people like Robert Smith, right? Robert Smith is much more qualified on leading and gathering the black group together than the entertainer, right? And I think that's the problem. We look at our entertainers as the leaders just because they have big bank accounts, but it's not about that. It's about who's qualified to lead and push the race forward and put our children or put people in a better situation than they were, 5, 6, 10 years ago, right? And Robert Smith is much more qualified to do that than a Kanye West or even a Jay-Z, right? Much more qualified. See, but our priorities and what we look for it's screwed because again we're looking at the entertainer, we're looking at the popular person, and the reason why black people can't work together, I personally think it's really hard for black people to work together, is because we're not taught how to teamwork. We're not taught teamwork, right? And then on top of that, 70% of us were raised by women. Women aren't taught teamwork, right? That's why when so many men go to the military, stuff like that, they get that discipline, they get that teamwork, they get that conflict resolution happening, because those are skills that need to be taught, and those skills need to be taught by a father. But since black women, because we're in a black community, black women as a whole are comfortable with having children out of wedlock, that this is going to be a perpetual cycle. Because at the end of the day, if you cannot do conflict resolution as a community, you don't have fidelity as far as we as a people working together, we're never going to get out of this. Because Kevin Sears right again, it's about grassroots, right? Things don't need to have a grandeur. It just needs to be a bunch of people in one city just saying, you know what, hey, we're going to bank black. We're going to treat each other with respect. We're not going to cuss each other out when we disagree. And we just going to treat black people like human beings. We're not going to be violent or anything like that. You know what I mean? And so that's what it just comes down to, right? Because we have such a dysfunctional upbringing, not all, but at least 70% of us have that, it's hard to have functional adults. Like Frederick Douglass said it, right? It's easier to build strong children than repair broken men. And because, now this is where I'm going to be a little bit controversial, because black women feel that fathers are not necessary, black women put black people in a situation where we have to grow up in a dysfunctional environment, creating broken adults. And so at the end of the day, to your question, is it victim mentality? Yes, because our mothers put us in a dysfunctional position to where we are perpetually in a state of a victim mentality.
No captivity.
Hey, listen. I want everybody that's paying attention to this live stream, right? Everybody that's paying attention to this live stream, I want y'all to know that we different over here.
No captivity.
Oh yeah. We covering all issues, all topics, all angles. A bunch of intelligent black men up here. We ain't arguing with each other. And it's very constructive. That's the goal of the whole show. Now I'm about to get Mark's take on what we've been talking about. But before that, I just want to say that everybody that actually chimed in on this issue right here, I agree with what everybody said so far. And I think we should start utilizing that skill instead of just, being biased with your own viewpoint. And let's just throw out the narcissism, man, because everybody was constructive. From KFC to JT to hot sauce, and we're gonna see what Mark said. Mark says last, but let me not speak too fast, cause Mark might say fuck all them damn niggas. Let's go.
No captivity.
What you got to say, Mark?
No, you know what? You actually nailed that. I think every person point of view was the right point of view. Oh man. This conversation right here is what we as people need. And we're not going to solve it tonight. Let me just, God, man, the gentleman before me, man, he unpacked so much. And the gentleman before him, Jesus Christ, I don't even know how to come behind both of those guys, because
well, before you go, let me refresh your memory. So, black people on an average level with average income we've already discussed that we're having a difficulty coming together and building a power structure, spending money with one another, right? We talked about black banks. We talked about knowledge with finances, financial literacy. But here we are, here we see in Kanye West, and we don't have to stop with Kanye West, Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z, right? And the list goes on and on. But we don't see these black people on this level still practicing collectivism to where they're building a power structure and, more importantly, showing a great example for other entrepreneurs to come, black entrepreneurs. Is it a mentality, or are we victims? Is it a serious mentality going up the ladder, and are we taking it with us? Are we taking this mentality that we talk about that average black folk have? Are we taking it with us up the ladder, breaking through different tax brackets? And if so, is it more so psychological with black folk? And does it and should we still incorporate slavery into the conversation? Go ahead.
Slavery into the situation, the drama, the disconnect. And here's why. And here's why. So I gave 3 scriptures that wasn't meant to encourage, challenge, or inspire anyone religiously, and that was, a fool and his money will soon be parted. Mr. West is experiencing that. The gentleman before me said you could take the person out the hood, but you necessarily can't take the hood out of the person. And so just because these entertainers, whether they be rappers, basketball players, whatever their profession is in earning money, we got to understand, we cannot forget this point. They are still employees of somebody. And just because they have a certain amount of money doesn't mean that they have a certain amount of knowledge. It doesn't mean that Mr. West has any more knowledge than you and I. And he has proven that he actually doesn't. He might be in a room of multi-millionaires and billionaires, but he does not have the knowledge of those multi-millionaires and billionaires, which is a different skin color of himself and of a total different historically past. See, us as black folks have not been taught to work together, because even on the plantation, we fought to get in master's house.
No captivity.
Even on the plantation owner at some point could hand the slave the gun, and the slave would oversee his own people. We got a lot of work to do. And it does not stand at the door front of an institution, a banking institution, whether it be white, black, Chinese, or any other culture. We as black folks, until we start holding ourselves accountable, despite what the income level is. One of the disadvantages I have is I get, and I have been blessed to be behind the closed doors of African American folks, black folks, Hispanic folks, white folks, I've never had any Chinese, never had any Koreans. At incomes from anywhere between 46,000 to 360,000. And here's what I can tell you. And this is why I said what I said in the beginning. I'm gonna put racism at the lowest level of my concerns. And I'm gonna put classism at the highest level of my concern. Because here's what I found. Regardless of the African American, regardless of the Hispanic, and regardless of the white clients that I've had since at least 1996, I've discovered they all are discriminated. I think we use that word prejudice in the wrong context sometimes. Just because someone doesn't like you doesn't mean that they're prejudiced. Sometimes it's about classism. Sometimes it's just the fact that you know a particular culture. When you look at the Koreans that go into the African American communities and open up hair salons and open up nail salons and open up beauty shops in our neighborhood in the predominantly African American neighborhood, and then we go patronize them. See, that has nothing to do with racism. That has everything to do with the second verse I talked about, and that is my people. My people. It's wasn't my words, it's God's words. My people are destroyed from the lack of knowledge. That just doesn't stem towards financial. Destroyed by the lack of knowledge. And so slavery has been passed down from generation to generation to generation, where my mom and dad, they didn't leave me this word that we hear on the internet, people use it so loosely, generational wealth. We don't even know what that means because we don't even know how to create it. And so African Americans, because of slavery, has been denied the knowledge to create generational wealth. We think generational wealth is feeding and raising our kids. I did what I was supposed to do.
Oh man.
So we never set our children up to start at a head start. They always start at the starting line.
Man.
Mark, let me get you to land the plane. Let me get you to land the plane, and then I think Hot Sauce wanted to get in there too, brother.
Yeah, I just want to make
and so the last thing I would say is that I hope that we all leave this conversation with understanding that it's not. We gotta stop using what we think other people, regardless of their color. Because I'm telling you, the wealthy don't think about white, black, Chinese, brown. They don't focus. No. They focus on one color. It's green. It's called money. And when you have knowledge and money, then you can make a change. You can have all the money in the world. And I go back to the last verse that I gave tonight. A fool and his money will soon be parted.
No
There's been a lot of people that made millions of dollars in the NBA, the NFL, and in the music industry that are broke.
Okay, well, hey, listen, Mark, that was awesome, man. I appreciate that.
No captivity.
Hot Sauce, get in there, man. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make, because I saw in the comments talking about how is this black woman's fault. Black women in general are the gatekeepers of birth. If you don't want to birth it, it won't be birth, right? Now, because there's things you can do to, the A word. But the problem is this. Because single motherhood has done more damage than slavery ever could. I'll say that again. Single motherhood has done more damage than chattel slavery ever could. Because at the end of the day, men have been so devalued and they don't understand the role of a man and what's needed in a child. Because, for example, violence. The reason why we have so much violence in the community is because we're raised by single mothers and we handle conflict like women. When they did a study of all the monarchies, they showed that when the queen was ruling by herself, she was much more violent than kings. Right? When we look at same-sex relationships, right? The women report much more DV than anyone else. So you're teaching those qualities to a man that is much more physically stronger, much more muscle mass. You're teaching men not to work with other men. All skin folk and kinfolk, we learned that from our mothers. Right? So the point is this. It's not about it's all your fault. It's about you're the foundation. And whatever foundation you have, that's the human being you become. The first 12 years is much more important than the last 30 years. Right? You're from 30 years old to 60 doesn't mean as much, does not have the same amount of impact on your life as from birth to age 8, when you form your personality and the structure and the discipline that you have. That's why you hear so many black men say I had to go to the military because I had to learn discipline. Things that are fundamental to men working together, teamwork. So that's why when you have entrepreneurs like myself, entrepreneurs like Kanye West and Mark who don't go to the military, I admit it, it's extremely hard for me to work with black men because of what I was taught, right? By other black people. That we look at each other from a side eye because men weren't there in the beginning to say, you know what, we're going to teach you teamwork. We're going to teach you discipline. We didn't have Cub Scouts, right? As the white folks had back in the day, where all the white boys are camping in and working together to get their badges. We didn't have that. Those things instilled teamwork. We don't have the religion that the Jewish community have to say, you know what, it's us versus everybody else. We were taught multiculturalism. And so this is why when you have 40-year-old men that can do amazing things individually, but can't work together. We agree on 99%, but that one thing we disagree on, we're like, no, fuck that, I can't work with him. That's why. So that's why it matters. We got to start at the grassroots. We got to start fixing the single mother problem. Single mother problem by far is the most destructive thing in this world. And every issue, every element you have, even the victim mentality that we have, comes from the single mother epidemic. And I'm not blaming women. I'm just simply saying because we come from single mothers and the women are not choosing men that's going to stick around. Let's be honest. And also the women are having children out of wedlock. You can do whatever you want, but when it comes to birthing another person, there's some responsibility there. Right? If you want to be a hoe, but just don't have children. Right? And if you want to have children, you need to be with that man. And know that man didn't trick you. Know that man didn't change you as a spotter. No, he did not. The way you dress and the way you behave, let him know how to treat you. Just like look at these girls in the back, right? You know a poor person in the mindset of my mentor, Jewish guy, told me this. You look at a man's woman and you know if he's poor in the mindset or not. If His women around him all showing their titties and asses out right there. So you know he don't respect himself. Because how can a man who respects himself will have his woman having his titties out for the world to see? Because that's what his daughter's going to look like too. She's going to teach his daughter to dress like a hoe. If his woman is fat, also shows that he doesn't care about his health.
Let me get you to land the plane in 1 second so I can get in there.
I'm done right there. So my point is this, right? It's not about blaming women, right? It's about saving children. I'm done.
No captivity.
I want to say this too. A lot of this broadcast, we've been talking about how white people have been looking at us as prey throughout history. I want to say this: a lot of the problems that black people have been experiencing as well. It seems as though we've been looking at each other as prey too. You know?
No captivity.
We talk about black women, you know, choosing weak black men on purpose. I don't know, sometimes to drain their pockets or to get pregnant, you know, because they have a long-term plan for child support. I don't know. When we talk about the black men, right? A lot of times we hypersexualize the black woman. You know, a lot of times all we want is the coochie. Right? I think if we can stop seeing each other as preying on one another, let's stop that first. Before we even start back talking about the white man preying on us. No, we're preying on each other. And it's just a lot of I don't know, it's just a lot of self-defecation going on within the black community, right? And I want to believe there is still a black community, but we need to have more conversations like this. And I'm very honored to be a part of this conversation because it wasn't a lot, JT knows this and Hot Sauce knows this. We don't allow disrespect over here, and if it does seem to get, unraveled a little bit, we bring it in real quick. So, I really appreciate everyone's viewpoint. And I do think that, I forgot who said it, we can't rely on people like Kanye West. Kanye West might be a damn fool. Obviously, I think he need help, But I think there are people who have less money than Kanye West that's more intelligent. And I think that black people need to stop doing that too. We equate a person's relevance with money and finances, and that's just not true.
No captivity.
It's just not true. Throughout history, some of our most prominent figures were not rich men. I just want us to come back to that. Damn Kanye West. I mean, I got love for him and stuff, but I'm just saying, we have to join together and band together. And I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I did it even within this space, and I've made some good acquaintances, but I just don't like to be around the bullshit. Mm-hmm. I really don't. If it feels unproductive, I'm gone.
No captivity.
I ain't with that shit. In my real life, I demand production. With my wife, I demand production. So you think I'm finna be on the damn internet bullshitting with these ninjas? Hell to the no.
I'm at the
We on the World Wide Web. You know how many people we can reach? And we up here, I've witnessed bullshit for damn near 2 years. And I think we can make a difference. if we're the most talented people, we're not just the most talented people on the football field. We're not just the most talented people on the basketball court. The same way it took our intelligence to be at our apex in those in those areas, we can do the same thing. Just like JT said with financial literacy. Let me read JT.
You so damn dumb.
Read
Check
my
the cash
homeboy
out.
stuff, man. That's what I'm talking about. Let me see. Here we go. Here we go. I ain't even have to do that. Shout out to my brother JT from What We Know Podcast.
No captivity.
With the $10 cash cap. My dog say, for having such a great show. No, we had a great show because of you, gentlemen.
No captivity.
That's a fact. Listen, guys, we've reached the end of the show. If anyone has any last words, go ahead and say it now. I'm not gonna tell whoever want to go. We all grown. Whoever want to go first, go ahead and get in there.
Let me spill mine right quick, man. It ain't gonna take that long. At the end of the day, when we talk about this whole thing of, the black community and things like that, I just don't think that a lot of people take being black in America seriously. And Freezy, you was on the show that I did on that whole thing about how significant do you think that being black in America is, and we had a great conversation about that.
Right, exactly.
That was on my channel, and it was on Black Man Unfiltered channel. Shout out to my brother. And this is what I gotta leave. If you had a Kanye West or Oprah Winfrey, Michael Jordan, all these guys that actually understood how important it was to be Black American in America, they would have first went to representation, right?
Mm-hmm.
No taxation without representation, right? So why is it that we don't have a Kanye West law and firm, a Kanye West bank and trust? Why we don't have a Oprah Winfrey law firm or bank and trust? All these things that we know that will gain us power, right? We have to have lawyers. Why is it that we don't have these law firms that are powerful? Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of black law firms. But if anybody understand about what lawyers have to go through, man, these lawyers are struggling. They're struggling. This is why you have so many lawyers that go into family law instead of going into these big, cases that they can get with estates and all these different things. You dig what I'm saying? Most of them just go into family law. You know why? Because there's a lot of money in family law. Which, by the way, I hate calling it family law. I hate calling the friend of the court the friend of, because ain't nobody's goddamn friend, right? But why is it that we don't have these folks that sit back and they try to lean on the so-called black community, but they're not doing things to empower them? The number one thing that we need is to have our bulldogs in front of us. We have to have our damn Army or Marines or whatever you want to say, our military in front of us, and that is people that know law. Why we don't have those law firms there? If we talking about finances and we talking about actual black banks and things like that, why don't we have a West, Kanye West, or all these damn people's bank and trust and shit like that? Because they don't take this shit serious. They're integrated. And that's basically what it's about. So if we want to take this thing about community, first and foremost, we want to look at our family. I would be way better off when I have a daughter, which, by the way, one of my daughters, she is a social worker, and she do a lot of hard work being a social worker. She's in the community. She works community. I have another daughter that's in school for medical. That's community also. You dig what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this. If we're talking about black community, the first thing we need to talk about is family. I'm not about to sit back and trust in nobody just because they got the same hue as me or a hue that looks like my hue and call them the people that's in my goddamn regime. No, I'm gonna look for my kids. You know why? Because when I get old and weary and weak, I have to look after them so they can get there, so they can look after me for when I get weak. This is the purpose of having a nuclear family. This is the purpose of being in community. We don't have community like we had community. One of the reasons being is because we're not struggling like we used to struggle. We were forced to be together. We were forced to do, when we talk about slavery, the reason why we have a lot of those things that come up because people was trying to be together, even when they were being torn apart. Even when they were being torn apart. We are light years from that. The problem is that we keep looking at ourselves as being victims.
Facts.
We not.
No captivity.
We got some goddamn power, people. We got power. So togetherness is what we need, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of other things that we can talk about when it comes down to that. I really appreciate your this channel today, man. Freezy, I don't even know if you thought that this was gonna go this route, bro.
Nah, I didn't.
No captivity.
Freezy was like, I only wanted this thing to go 2 hours. Right? He was like, this is gonna be a 2-hour show.
Yeah, because it's Navy Federal, you know what I'm saying. So I didn't think people was going to actually chime in like I thought, but this is a success, man.
You are cold with that one, bro. We gonna do even more because I really want to know a lot of.
But it
other
just
things.
proves that we're interested in topics more than just the gender war. It just proves that, you know what I'm saying. So.
It does, and I'm glad, and I'm thankful for you for being one of the guys that's out here that's presenting this type of topic. You know what I'm saying? So we could take it a long way, man. I appreciate all the brothers that's on the panel. You guys, man, I learned something. I got something to take away from a lot of this stuff that we had in the conversation that we had, and I'm gonna end it with that, man. Salute to you, Freezy, man. Keep going, bro.
Salute to you, bro. Go ahead, KFC. Go ahead, get in there, bro. Chime in.
All right, gentlemen. Hey, first of all, thanks for inviting me up. I know I came up to provide some historical and military commentary, but I got into some other stuff, and I hope that the information and then the comments that I provided were helpful not only to the conversation but to people who are out in the audience. And then I'll also leave with this. Again, everything for me goes back to almost literally the basic level, which is family. All right, so starting at the grassroots level, marriage, family, children, raising those children in a 2-parent construct, and then you build out from there. That's how, family is the basic building block of everything. So when we talk about issues, problems, and anything else, and I agree with what somebody said, is that, racism is always going to be a problem. It's not the biggest problem. We just notice it in the background, but you combat that by actually having those strong communities in order to make that happen, in order to counteract what we know is going to already be there in the first place. So again, marriage, family, raising those kids, turn them into productive adults, and then actually inculcating them with those ideas and processes and stuff that we're talking about. So that way it's actually part of already that built-in culture and, habits and procedures and everything that they're already doing. So, so we can kind of, eliminate some of the low-level problems, the moderate stuff. And then as we branch out, then you do have things like X law firm or LLC or some kind of group. So again, thanks for the conversation. Thanks for the invite. And I've been watching you, for a long time. I'm subscribed. I just I sometimes I get in the comments, but I mean this is my first time up on panel. So thanks for the for all that you do.
Kel, you're forever brother now, man. So don't be a stranger, bro. Okay, we appreciate your contribution. Real talk.
All right. And good conversation, gentlemen. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and take on off, and you guys have a good one. Appreciate you.
All right, Kev, you too.
All right, brother.
I'm gonna get my quick closing comment. It is 3:30 in the morning on the East Coast, so Saturday night is not over yet. So I'm gonna go head on to the strip club, and y'all take care.
No captivity.
All right, hot sauce, man. We love you, man. Mark, man, what you got for us, bro? Hold on.
Hey, after the strip club, I don't know. I don't know if I got anything after the strip club.
No captivity.
No, this was all. This was awesome. I hope that you, Breezy, consider doing what may appear to be unpopular, because I'm going to go back to the 3 verses that I stated tonight, because I believe it'll change generations. My people perish from the lack of knowledge. The debtor will be slaved to the lender. Doesn't matter what color the lender is. And number 3, a fool and his money will soon be parted.
No captivity.
That's it, my brother. I appreciate it. It's a great show. Everyone that added information here was of value, and I hope that no one leaves tonight the same as they showed up.
Yes, sir.
That's a fact, man. Listen, I really appreciate y'all, man, and I'm gonna go ahead and drop you guys down. But before you guys go, I want to say, I want to wish peace and blessings upon you guys and your family. Real talk.
Absolutely. Thank you, man.
All right, love you guys. Wow. That was awesome, y'all. Awesome.
No captivity.
I do got some cash caps that I have to acknowledge. Shout out to T Will. Shout out to T Will. T Will, I really appreciate you, bro. I seen him coming in. And there was a cash cap that I didn't catch. Y'all all, let me tell y'all something. I don't know if y'all do this on purpose, but y'all always sending, like, as soon as I leave the show, as soon as I end the show, like, as soon as y'all see the No Captivity with Freezy logo,
no captivity,
somebody leave a cash cap right then. And I think y'all starting to do that on purpose. Like, as soon as I end the show, somebody leave a cash cap. And then I'll read it and I'll be like, damn, I want to read all the cash caps. Right? Because you can't leave a super chat. You got to leave a cash. If the show is already ending, well, you can't. Technically, you can. Yeah, if the show is already ended and then somebody left a cash cap, I can't read it. But I make sure I read it. I make sure I read it the next show anyway. It don't matter. But I am going to read these contributions right now. Emperor, what's going on, bro? I love you, Emperor.
No captivity.
Emperor, like I always tell, hey, JT, put your link in the chat to your channel. Make sure y'all subscribe to JT's channel. Also, Emperor, put your link in the chat, the gaming channel, in the chat, please. 907 Good Eats, you been holding it down. Stay right there, 907. And put your channel in the chat too, 907. All the mods, the mods that I called out, put your channel in the chat. 907 Good Eats. I was over there, them 907 today. We had a good old time. Let me see. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Leonard Hodges. Oh, that's Invisible. Invisible Wounds with the $2 cash cow. Invisible, I really thank you. Invisible was here earlier. I don't know if he's still watching. But Invisible, I thank you a lot for your cash cow, bro. Thank you.
No captivity.
Let me see here. Also,
Check the cash out, bitch. You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
T Will with the $10 cash cap. He said, let brotherly love continue. Let's get it.
No captivity.
T Will, I really appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Also, let's see here.
You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
Also, T Will again with the $5 cash cap. It rolling in, y'all. He said, we have to unite under truth and righteousness.
No captivity.
You better believe it. T Will, thank you, bro. I love you, bro. Thank you.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Also,
Super chat
from my brother, Mark Paidez, tax coach. I got a tax coach on my team, y'all.
No captivity.
I might need to, hey, Mark, do you got a, do you have an Instagram or something? I'm gonna look you up on Instagram, man. We got to keep in touch, man. Mark with the $5 super cap. He said, thanks for doing what you do.
No captivity.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Listen, y'all. This show, this show has been awesome, to say the least. Y'all know what time it is, though, right? Y'all know what time it is. Father, we need some words of wisdom at damn near 3:45 before we take it on in, or let's see if some of y'all taking it in. Can we get some words of wisdom, Father? Oh, there he go. Don't he always come on in on time?
No captivity.
The Most High came to us from John 15, 12 through the 14th verse. And he says, this is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends. You are my friends if you do what I command you.
No captivity.
The Most High is commanding us to stick together and to love one another to the extent of we're willing to lay down our life for one another. Now, a lot of y'all feel like that ain't possible in these days and times, Freezy. But I know for a fact it is possible because I'm one of those brothers. If we can just adhere to that credence, we'll be a much better nation of people. Shalom, shalom, and all praises to the Most High. I love y'all. Hold on, let me make sure I check my cash cap before y'all trick me again. Okay, make sure y'all ain't gonna trick me this time. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank yes, T Will. You're absolutely right. It's a commandment.
No captivity.
Absolutely right. Okay, Mark says yes, but the knowledge is on my YouTube. Let me see. Let me make sure I do it. I don't know. Can somebody find Mark's channel? Can a moderator find Mark's channel and put the link in the chat right quick? While I give my last thank yous, if one of the moderators can do it, find Mark's channel. I think you can just click on his name. It'll go to his channel, and then just put the link in the chat, if you will, so we'll have it. Listen, I want to thank all of the moderators. I want to thank Emperor. I want to thank 907 Good East for being a great soldieress. I want to thank all of the moderators. JT, thank you. Everybody, thank you. T Will, Caramel Drip. My sister came on in. One Solo, thank you for being here, bro. Ara Mija, thank you. I seen you. Why High? Creative Genius. Thank you, everybody. Kennard Young, thank you for being here and being a part of the No Cap crew. 2 Glock High, asking great questions and chiming in from the chat. I almost felt like you was up here on the panel, bro. Edie Man Williams, I seen you sneak in. Let me see. Chacho, I see you. Invisible Wounds, thank you for the cash cow, bro. I didn't see it in time last show, but I recognized it this show. David Moda, I see you. Thank you for being here. World class. Thank you, bro. You know I love you, man. Thank you for being here.
No
World class.
captivity.
Miss K, I see you. Jerome in the house. Tyrone Church. Travel One, my sister. Super Nifty Susie. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the super cap. American Negro, I see you. Anti-American, Kevs, everybody, thank you for being here. Hassan, I appreciate all y'all. Let me see. Weedy 504, thank you for being here. I see you. Let me see. Raj Will, thank you for being here, bro. Cassandra B, my sister. JD25. Phoenix, can't forget about you, my sister.
No captivity.
Let me see. The Clarkway TV, of course. Thank you for being here. DJ Second. Yup. Black Man Unfiltered.
No captivity.
Smitty, I see you, bro. Thank y'all. Nicole, Faith and Fitness in Motion.
No captivity.
Just the credits, y'all. KP from KC5. Thank you, bro. Kasani, all the way from Africa.
No captivity.
Jess J, make sure you guys subscribe to Are You Amused Jess J.
No captivity.
My sister, FLA in the building. And Justin Wade with the first cash cow.
No captivity.
Shout out to all the panelists that came up. Mark, JT, Hot Sauce, Smitty. Who else am I missing? Jess, if you're listening, please call back in. Please call back in when you get a chance. I don't know if you was having technical difficulties, Jess. I want you to call back in because it seemed like you had something significant that you wanted to add to the show. But you're always welcome. Okay, call back in. But I do know that with this software, I'm not saying you can't call in with Firefox or Safari, but I'm on Chrome, so you know, if you guys can download, if you don't have Chrome, most computers come with Chrome, so if you know that you just have an easier time. But I'm pretty sure Firefox and Safari works too, but I know Chrome is a sure shot. Who else am I missing? That was on the panel. It was JT, Mark, Big Bad Bull. What's going on? And Gail.
No captivity.
Big Bad Bull and Gail, the heavyweight mods in the building. Emperor, Big Bad Bull, Gail. Yeah, I'm the shit. Mm-hmm.
No captivity.
I'm missing somebody on it. It was let me see. Am I missing somebody? KFC. Shout out to KFC for coming on the panel as well. And Jess, if you hear me, come on back, Jess. Jess was a lady. She was a woman, and I wish she could have just came in and she could have got her software work. I mean, her computer to work or whatever device she was on. But yeah, we need some more females up here too. Females, all you females, don't be scared to come up here. We're gentlemen up here. We're gentlemen, okay? Feel free to come up here and discuss these serious topics. All right? And shout out to everybody that gave a contribution as well. Shout out to Leonard, shout out to Invisible Wounds. Shout out to for the cash cap. Shout out to 907 Good Eats for both of her cash caps. Shout out to JT from What We Know Podcast for his cash cap. Shout out to T Will for both of his cash caps. Also, shout out to Super Nifty Susie. Super Nifty Susie for her $5 super cap. Shout out to Mark, tax coach, for his super cap. And also, shout out to Mark, tax coach, for his other super cap. I really appreciate all y'all. I don't take it lightly. I don't take it lightly. This has been another edition of No Captivity with Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
It's late as hell, and y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.